Chapter 801. I'm not on either side. I'm just teacher's man, Xinyu answered very seriously. Teacher said that if Xing Bowen goes to prison and gives you a big gift, I'll definitely find him. You don't have to care about where I go to eat. I have my own purpose. Xing Xiao doesn't suspect you. Based on my judgment, he doesn't seem to suspect me, Xinyu said confidently. Xinyu said confidently, so, you can rest assured that what you hope for will soon come true. The woman you want is in the room upstairs. After saying that, Xing Kai got up from the sofa. Xinyu, Godfather went through so much trouble to give me a gift. It makes me feel very scared. Only now did he know how to be scared. Unfortunately, it was too late. Go back. I need to rest. Xinyu couldn't be bothered to chat and play games with him. Xing Kai got up and left the villa. However, the doubts in his heart grew, and he felt more and more uneasy. This godfather of his treated him too well. However, other than letting him take over Changrong, he didn't let him do anything else. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It seemed like he had to think of a way to meet his godfather. Late at night, Banyan Courtyard. After Mu Chichi took a shower, she went to the study. When she saw Xing Xiao reading documents, she nestled in his arms. Isn't third brother too enthusiastic about Xinyu? He's clearly one of the murderers who caused him to become like that. He wants to take the initiative to get close to Xinyu and find out from him the second step of the plan to deal with him. How did he know that Xinyu has a second step? What else? Would Xinyu be so kind as to let him out? Xing Xiao hugged her without raising his head and answered, in the afternoon, I asked Su Che to investigate what happened to third brother in the detention center. I found that he has changed. Xinyu is even more important than Xing Kai. He knows a lot of things that Xing Kai can't know, and he also knows about Baisini's case. Go to sleep. I'll go back to my room after I finish reading this part. Xing Xiao refused to continue the topic. You can read it. I'll sleep here. Like an octopus, Mu Chichi lay in Xing Xiao's arms and yawned. By the way, after you clean up that pile of trash in Huangyao tomorrow, I want to watch your inauguration press conference. I want to see my man look wise and mighty. Xing Xiao did not say anything. Because according to the current scale of Huangyao, there was no need for him to show up in person or hold any speech. However, since the little thing wanted to see, then he would reluctantly put on an act. Then, he waited until Mu Chichi fell asleep and carried her back to the room. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, he called Tang Yen. Is there any news from the informant? The informant approached Mama Bai and realized that she didn't know who she was working for at all. She only interacted with Su Hong for money. If there were suitable resources, she would trade with Su Hong and settle it directly. But Su Hong is not easy to get close to. If you want to gain Su Hong's trust, you might have to sacrifice yourself. In other words, he needed to introduce resources to Su Hong. Where's Zhou Qin? Zhou Qin and Su Hong. One is in charge of resources, and the other is in charge of security. They have many subordinates and are smart. They don't have any weaknesses. The two of them guarded the secret entrance for the mastermind. That's as far as my men can find. If you want to know more, you have to, your men can stop now. My men will take action, Xing Xiao said to Tang Yen. CEO Xing, you're so passionate about this matter. Is it really just because Mu Chichi wants to know about the case? The people behind Baisini's case are also targeting the Xing family, aren't they? Xing Xiao's tone was slightly cold. It's not just the Xing family. Even you, Qing Bin, are among that group of people now. It's only a matter of time before they deal with you. Tang Yan knew this better than anyone else, and he understood it better than anyone else. I'll wait for your news. The possibility of completing the mission isn't too high. Xing Xiao was certain because the other party was on guard. I'm mentally prepared for this, Tang Yan answered as he looked at the sleeping Feng Shanshan. After she became pregnant, she was especially sleepy. Even if he stood in front of her and spoke now, Feng Shanshan would not wake him up. He had no other wish in this life. At the very least, he wanted to see his child born safely. The next day, Huang Yao held another board meeting. This time, Xing Xiao promised the board of directors that he would come up with a plan for Huang Yao's future. In other words, how far did he plan to develop Huang Yao? Of course, Xing Xiao also said that he would completely clean up the company today. After Huang Yao is merged with Zhongting, the previous management model will be eliminated and Zhongting's system will be adopted. In other words, from now on, there will be no more traders. After Huang Yao is merged with Zhongting, it can share Zhongting's technological resources. As you know, in the past year, Zhongting has researched a lot of advanced technologies. This can optimize the internal structure, further improve Huang Yao's efficiency and reduce costs. Thirdly, after the news of Huang Yao merging with Zhongting was released, the relevant departments of Zhongting have done research on Huang Yao. The rise in the stock price also shows that there is a huge problem. The confidence of the shareholders in Huang Yao is not affected by the previous scandals at all. Fourthly, this is the plan of the new Huang Yao. It is estimated that it will be put into use in 5 years. It will be more than 10 times larger than the current Huang Yao. At that time, its overall strength will be able to become the number 1 in Asia. The team of Zhongting showed the future plan of Huang Yao on the stage in different departments, which excited the shareholders at the conference table. With Zhongting's current speed of development, it would not be difficult to help Huang Yao become the number 1 in the jewelry street. Seeing the excited faces of the shareholders below the stage, Xing Xiao finally spoke. Do you still have any questions now? In the end, Huang Yao still needs you. I'm convinced. There's nothing more to say. If Huang Yao can really reach this level in the next 5 years, I won't ask you how you want to manage it. I'm satisfied. I'm really satisfied. The shareholders showed their confidence in Xing Xiao one after another. Xing Xiao also knew that this group of people only cared about profit and money. Since that was the case, why not be generous? You've all seen the grand blueprint. In that case, everyone should also remember what I said back then. Xing Xiao asked the people of Zhongting to take the equipment and retreat. I've drawn up these blueprints not for those who are disloyal to Huang Yao to enjoy. What do you think? Chief Zheng. When Chief Zheng was called, he immediately slammed the table and stood up. Xing Xiao, what do you mean? Chapter 802. I don't care how many times you've met in private and how many gifts you've received, but if you continue to stay in Huang Yao, I'll feel disgusted. All the directors, come and vote. Should we keep a director like him who intends to harm the company's interests? Xing Xiao, you want to expel me from the board of directors? Director Zheng suddenly understood what Xing Xiao meant. You guessed right, Xing Xiao said bluntly. Isn't this what you deserve? The shareholders couldn't help but look at each other. As I said, today's blueprint is built on the foundation of unity. I, Xing Xiao, will not raise a traitor for nothing and harm everyone's interests. If you keep him for old time's sake, I won't object. But what you saw just now will be a dream. Xing Xiao tilted his body, his posture elegant. Vote or not? You decide. Everyone thought about it. No matter how deep their friendship was, they couldn't go against their interests, so they said, I'm sorry, Director Zheng. I'm sorry, brother. You. Director Zheng was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, more than half of the votes were cast. As long as the director signed it, it would count. A bunch of ingrates. Do you think you're very clean? Director Gao, you and Xing Kai have also met in private. And you, Director Liu, you're not a good person either, are you? That's great. That way, I don't have to call names one by one. Xing Xiao couldn't help but thank Director Zhang for saving him trouble. You know what to do. If you quit, I might be able to save you some face. Xing Xiao, you'll die a horrible death sooner or later. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Director Zhang cursed Xing Xiao loudly. Just you wait. In less than 3 years, he'll definitely die without a whole corpse. As soon as he said that, before Xing Xiao could say anything, Su Che threw him out. He was so fast that no one could react at all. When the other 2 directors saw this, they took the initiative to stand up. Xing Xiao was not easy to deal with, and his bodyguards were not to be trifled with. A moment later, the meeting room returned to silence. Xing Xiao glanced at the remaining people and said, since you want Huang Yao to become the #1 in Asia, then don't have second thoughts. Because this kind of thing can't escape my eyes. I don't want a few more spies to stab me in the back. So, remember, as long as you're wholeheartedly for Huang Yao, everything is negotiable. I will fulfill my promise to all of you. But if you still want to be bewitched by Xing Kai or coerced by others, then I'm sorry, this cake will never belong to you. I understand what you mean. We must be absolutely loyal. One of the directors understood Xing Xiao's intention. That's right. Xing Xiao nodded. As long as you are loyal, you can sit at home and make money. Why not? If that's the case, then let's make an alliance. Anyone who does anything that harms Huang Yao will be kicked out of the board immediately. I think so. I agree. Zhongting still has matters to attend to. The rest is up to you. Xing Xiao had achieved his goal and stood up from the chairman's seat. By the way, I'll get someone to prepare for the inauguration conference. This can be considered a shot in the arm for the outside world. After that, Xing Xiao left the conference room. Before he left, he said to Ren Yufei, third sister-in-law, compile a list of all the positions in Huang Yao, including whether you still want to stay in Huang Yao. Give me an answer tomorrow. Ren Yufei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Xing Xiao to think so carefully. Since Xing Bowen was no longer in Huang Yao, it was not appropriate for her to continue staying. Xing Bowen had already told her his plan last night. He had to deal with Shen Yu's matter first before doing what he wanted to do. He did not force Ren Yufei to continue staying in Huang Yao. If Ren Yufei had plans to further her studies, he could accompany her the entire time. Ren Yufei just felt that it was a little inappropriate to leave the burden entirely to Xing Xiao. After all, Xiao Qi was unhappy. Do you really think that Xiao Qi is angry? Moreover, it's easy for eighth brother to have one more Huang Yao. He knows how to use people and knows how to delegate power. He only needs to make some decisions. It won't take much effort at all. Xing Bowen was full of confidence in Xing Xiao. That person was born to make money. Moreover, he was cunning and unparalleled. You really don't know how to feel sorry for others. He has Xiao Qi to feel sorry for, so I won't join in the fun. Besides, he doesn't care. Xing Bowen hugged his wife and chuckled. Didn't eighth brother ask you to give him an answer tomorrow? Take this opportunity to quit your job. I know you have something you want to do. I can accompany you now. Is it really good for us to be worms like this? Ren Yufei still couldn't bear it. You don't have to feel guilty. Besides, I have a fund and investment plan. Don't forget that I still have shares in the Hu family. My own money is enough to support us. If you really want to work, wait until you learn what you like. Then you can take it as a job. It can also be considered working for the Xing family. Ren Yufei couldn't stand Xing Bowen's words. In the end, she nodded and agreed. How's playing golf with Xin Yu during the day? It's just basic contact. I'm afraid I'll need to go through more things before Xin Yu can show his true colors. Let's not think about this anymore. I'm going to sleep. Xing Bowen naturally changed the topic. However, Ren Yufei couldn't fall asleep no matter what. In fact, she didn't want Xing Bowen to get close to Xin Yu at all. Bowen, actually, I know that after you came out of the detention center, your mentality has changed a little. Although I don't know what you've experienced, I can feel that you seem to hate Xing Kai and those who hurt you. In the darkness, Xing Bowen opened his eyes and said calmly, I'm not a saint. I also feel wronged. I'm afraid that you'll become like Xing Kai. Hearing this, Xing Bowen turned around and hugged Ren Yufei. Silly girl, how is that possible? I just want justice. I don't want to hurt the innocent. After Ren Yufei heard this, she slowly closed her eyes and felt relieved. The next day, Ren Yufei brought the list of Huang Yao employees and their resignation letters to Zhongting and met Xing Xiao. President Xing, this is the list you wanted, as well as my resignation letter. I promised Bowen last night that I'll go out with him when I have time. That's a good thing, Xing Xiao replied without raising his head. Eighth brother, also, I feel that Bowen is a little strange. I don't know if it has anything to do with the few days he was locked up. I just feel that his mind has become heavier now. Chapter 803. Su Che had investigated Xing Bowen's situation in the detention center. He had not been put in any trouble, but someone died in the detention center, right across from Third Young Master. The last person that person saw and spoke to was Third Young Master, so he must have been traumatized. Su Che told Xing Xiao the results of the investigation. Xing Xiao frowned, but only for a second before letting go. Since there's nothing serious, let's put this matter aside. Also, I need you to go to J City. Su Che knew very well what was in J City. I've arranged for 2 people to approach Zhou Qin there, but I'm worried about their safety. You go and receive them. Do whatever it takes to ensure their survival. Why must we get involved in this mess? It was not that Su Che was unwilling to go, but Xing Xiao was not the kind of person who was nosy. Even if Mu Qiqi really wanted to know the truth behind Bai Sini's case, Xing Xiao would not joke around with other people's lives. Whether Bai Sini's case can be solved or not has nothing to do with me, but I must find out what the person behind this wants to do with Xing Kai or the Xing family. Why does it have to be Xing Kai? So, working with Tang Yan is just to get what we need, Xing Xiao explained patiently. I understand. Go early and come back early. Also, no matter what you know or what you find out, as long as it's related to safety, retreat immediately. I'll only give you a week. Yes. Su Che nodded. He knew the severity of these matters. However, if Su Che left, Mu Qiqi would definitely ask about it. However, it was easy to dismiss him. He only needed to say that he was going home to visit his family, and it would be logical. After Xing Xiao took over Huang Yao, he carried out a comprehensive overhaul of Huang Yao. At present, the new Huang Yao map was still being planned, so Xing Xiao adjusted the positions of all the previous departments of Huang Yao. However, such a ruthless approach would definitely hurt the interests of the old employees. Xing Xiao got people to appease them. The old employees had 2 choices. The first was to leave with a high pension, and the second was to enter Zhongting to work. Their goal was to remove these people from Huang Yao. In just a few days, Huang Yao seemed to have been reborn and had a new vitality. 2 days later, Huang Yao would hold the inauguration conference of the chairman. Everyone sighed. After so many twists and turns, Huang Yao still returned to Xing Zhao's hands. If they had known, why would they have wasted so much time? In the evening, Mu-Chi-Chi returned home. When she saw the man's tall figure, she was infatuated. She quietly walked over and hugged the man from behind. Xiao Xiao, Xing Xiao hummed softly. You're getting more and more alluring, like an unreachable god. Now that I'm hugging you, it's a little unreal. I feel like I'm blaspheming the gods. How? Profanity in bed. Xing Xiao smirked. Huang Yao and Zhongting are all yours now, but why do I feel that the burden on your shoulders is getting heavier and heavier? How miserable. Xing Xiao turned around and carried her to the desk. Then, he placed his hands on both sides of her body. Am I pitiful? That's right. Look at those busy people. Their feet don't even touch the ground. Even when they're eating, they're in a hurry. In the end, they toil to death. Do you know what it means to be efficient? Xing Xiao hooked her chin and said, for example, right now, I can deal with work while letting you. Mu-Chi-Chi followed his gaze and knew what he wanted to do. She quickly blocked his line of sight. Rascal. Go out and fill the tub. I'll come over to take a shower right away. Xing Xiao patted her cheek and emphasized, with you, I want to come to your inauguration press conference too. Prepare a seat for me. Mu-Chi-Chi hooked her arms around Xing Xiao's neck and said, I want to see my man at his most handsome. When am I not handsome? When you bully me. After saying that, Mu-Chi-Chi got out of Xing Xiao's arms and walked briskly back to the bedroom. Soon, Xing Xiao returned to his room after dealing with work. Mu-Chi-Chi lay in the bathtub and waved at him. Xiao Xiao, do you know why I feel that you're pitiful? It's not because you've become the co-chairman, but because you're almost 30. There was a complicated look on Xing Xiao's face when he heard that, and it slowly darkened. A man at 30 was clearly a very charming age, but it was not useful with Mu-Chi-Chi because she was not even 22 years old. In 2 years, I'll be able to call you Master Xiao. Xing Xiao did not say anything. He stepped into the bathtub and pressed Mu-Chi-Chi down in the bathtub, teaching her a lesson. Do you still think I'm old? You only know how to bully me. Mu-Chi-Chi pouted and could no longer be smug. Because of her age, a certain someone was hit where it hurt. That night, he pressed Mu-Chi-Chi on the bed and bullied her over and over again. In the middle of the night, Mu-Chi-Chi could not take it anymore and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Master Xiao, I was wrong. You're not old at all. Really, you're still full of energy. Xing Xiao squeezed out all her strength before letting her go and holding her in his arms. Mu-Chi-Chi was so tired that she could not even be bothered to lift her eyelids. She only muttered, after a while, I'll give you a child. I'm already at the age of a father. I can't lose to my peers. Who cared? He could not even handle one. If there were 2 more, wouldn't he go to heaven? Ever since he handed over Huang Yao, Xing Bowen's energy had returned. He had completely thrown away the burden on his body. When 6th brother saw this, he accepted his fate. There are so many brothers in the family, but 8th brother is really the only one. It's not easy for him to support this family. Since you know it's not easy for him, do you still hate him? Xing Bowen approached 6th brother and asked. Grandfather used to be biased towards 8th brother. It's not without reason. I suddenly understand why grandfather protected 8th brother in the past. Actually, it's not just because he likes 8th brother, but also because he knows that only 8th brother can ensure the peace of the Xing family. 6th brother sighed. He knew that he was not talented enough and could not do much. So, I plan to withdraw from Huang Yao. Anyway, Huang Yao doesn't lack a mediocre person like me. What do you plan to do? I want to try the education industry. 6th brother answered. Your sixth sister-in-law has a way. Don't mislead me. Xing Bowen could not help but laugh. But this is pretty good. What about you? What plans do you have after leaving Huangyao? Chapter 804. Originally, Huangyao had been led by Xing Bowen. Although it had developed slowly, it was still developing, and the Xing family would not have changed much. Now that Huangyao had merged into Zhongting, not only Huangyao, but even the Xing family had also taken on a new look. Xing Kai's godfather had promised him a gift, but he had made the Xing family to the point where he could no longer interfere. He did not know if this gift was for him or the Xing family. Thinking about it, Xing Kai felt that it was very ironic. In 2 days, it would be Xing Zhao's inauguration conference. Now that Zhongting was leading Huangyao and Jianchuan, it was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, Xing Kai stayed in the company to drink. When Xin Yu saw this, he could not help but sneer. You're blaming teacher, aren't you? I just don't understand. He asked me to take over Changrong, but he didn't give me any missions. He said he would give me a gift, but he made the Xing family more united and indestructible. Now, to the Xing family, I'm a complete traitor. Xing Kai's face was red and he was extremely dispirited. Teacher must have his reasons for doing things. You don't have to be discouraged so quickly. You have to know that you have nothing. Xin Yu pointed at his sore spot. I heard that Xing Xiao did nothing for half a year and just hid in the Xin family. Everyone laughed at him and said that he had become a soft-footed shrimp that relied on women, but what happened? Half a year later, Zhongting appeared, and he had his current status. He even sat in the same space as the country's leader for the New Year's Eve dinner. Moreover, teacher didn't promise you to deal with the Xing family. He only promised you to send Xing Bowen to prison. Now, Xing Bowen is still within our control. He didn't go back on his word. Xing Kai laughed self-deprecatingly and lay down on the sofa. Even if Xing Bowen is in jail, Xing Xiao will get him out and even settle the score with me. I always feel like I'm in a trap. Xing Kai smiled self-deprecatingly and lay down on the sofa. When Xin Yu heard this, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned around and saw Xing Kai drunk on the sofa. Only now did he realize that this was a trap. Xin Yu sneered and left Xing Kai's office. He had been very close to Xing Bowen recently, so he could not be detected by Xing Bowen. However, after leaving Changrong, he took out his phone and called Jean Bo in the car. Teacher, I'm afraid Xing Kai can't be controlled. He seems to have reacted. Nothing can escape my control. Later, I'll send him some missions to stimulate his nerves, and he'll be obedient again. Moreover, in the future, I'll give him some missions to let him know that following me is his only way out. I understand. Keep an eye on Xing Bowen. When the time is right, take action. Okay. Xin Yu nodded. I trust you. Don't let me down. Xin Yu was not like Xing Kai, who lived a muddled life and was used by others for no reason. The reason why he followed Jean Bo was because he had been raised by Jean Bo since he was young. Xing Kai could not touch Jean Bo's fur, but he knew very well why Jean Bo wanted to provoke the Xing family. Currently, the mayor was a member of the Xing family, but in 2 years, there would be a change of leadership. The reason why Zhongting was so smooth was because of the secret support of the Xing family. Xin Jianchuan was Xing Zhao's father-in-law and one of the main shareholders of Zhongting. Although he did not hold a position, the relationship between the Xin family and the Xing family was like that of lips and teeth. They relied on each other, and the foundation of Jianchuan did not collapse. In addition, his teacher had a grudge with the Xin family. With these grudges added together, Jean Bo would definitely take revenge on these two families in the future. Now that Huangyao and Zhongting were tied to Xing Xiao, there was nothing bad about it. When the time came, as long as he dealt with Muchichi, Xing Xiao would immediately collapse. As for Xing Kai, he was just a scapegoat. Just as Xing Xiao had expected. In the past few days, Xing Bowen and Xin Yu met more and more. He seemed to have decided that Xin Yu was his friend. If there was anything good, he was willing to bring this brother with him. They ate, drank, and had fun. From time to time, he would even take Xin Yu on a night cruise. You've only been out for a short while. It's better to keep a low profile, Xin Yu advised him. Don't get caught again. What does it matter? Now that eighth brother is in charge, I'm just a shrimp soldier. There's nothing worth paying attention to. Don't worry. Xing Bowen put his arm around Xin Yu's shoulder and said, I heard that you're an orphan. Xin Yu's expression changed slightly. When Xing Bowen saw this, he quickly explained, I didn't mean to ask about you. It's just that I feel that there's no brother in life. You don't have a family, so just treat me as your brother. Anyway, I'll think of you whenever I have something to eat and play with. Xin Yu looked at Xing Bowen's innocent face. It seemed that no matter how big the predicament was, he could face it with a smile. Are you born to trust people so easily? Of course not. I also differentiate between people, okay? I naturally trust those who are good to me, such as eighth brother and you. After Xing Bowen said that, he clinked glasses with him. There are many beauties on the ship. You should go and chat with them. I'm married, so I don't have a chance. Xin Yu smiled and nodded. You didn't see sister-in-law. She's been busy studying recently and ignored me. Xing Bowen helplessly picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Don't trust others so much. Xin Yu smiled faintly. He took his wine glass and went into the crowd. Xing Bowen turned to face the sea, allowing the cold winds to blow on his face. Don't trust others so much. Was it because he felt guilty towards him? He also wanted to know when Xin Yu would make a move on him again. At noon the next day, Gu Xiling put on the airs of the CEO's wife and went to Changrong to see what Xing Kai was doing. When she saw the invitation to the inauguration conference of the chairman of Huang Yao on his desk, she immediately threw it into the trash can. Do you still have any pride? You actually want to congratulate Xing Xiao on his ascension? You don't know anything, so don't talk. Xing Kai asked his secretary to pick up the invitation. Xing Kai, how long are you going to be fooled by your godfather? Gu Xiling tugged at Xing Kai's collar and said, he gave you Changrong and didn't let you do anything else. He said he would give you a big gift, but what happened in the end? Xing Xiao directly merged Huang Yao into Zhongting. You don't have any chance at all now. Do you know that? Xing Kai calmly pushed Gu Xiling away and then looked at her coldly. I know what I'm doing. Then you can spend the rest of your life with your godfather. After saying that, Gu Xiling left Changrong in tears. Chapter 805. However, in this family, only Gu Xiling was sober because Jean Bo was introduced to her by Gu Xiling's grandfather. Speaking of a fire pit, it was his grandfather who pushed him into it. The next day, the inauguration ceremony of Huang Yao's chairman was held at the Four Seas Empire Hotel. Many well-known people in the industry, including Huang Yao's partners, were present to congratulate them. When Xing Kai reached the door, he did not have the courage to go in. Godfather asked him to welcome people with a smile, but he did not want to go in and be mocked by the Xing family. Moments later, Xing Xiao's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. He got out of the car in a blue-striped retro suit, followed by Mu Chi-Chi in a long dress. They were about to enter the hotel together, but Xing Xiao seemed to have seen Xing Kai's car. He said to Xiao Qi, you go in and look for your Lu Qianqian. She is here today. I will come in soon. Muchichi glanced to the side and saw Shinkai's car. She smiled and said, "Hurry up." After Muchichi went in, Xingxiao walked to Shinkai's car. Shinkai rolled down the car window. He knew that there was no way to escape now. "Congratulations, CEO Xing. You tried so hard to get rid of Huang Yao, but now you have it in your pocket again." Even Shinkai himself did not realize how sour his words were. "You control everything like a god and toy with other people's lives. Don't you find it interesting? Get out of Changrong as soon as possible. At least, admit defeat. It's much better than being a scapegoat." Xing Zhao's expression was indifferent. "I didn't harm you. You have to understand this. Even if the Xing family doesn't want me, there will always be someone who wants me. I don't have any relatives, but I still have a godfather. I won't go to your inauguration ceremony." Having said that, Shinkai started the car. "Xing Xiao, one day, you will lose the most important thing to you." Rather than saying it was a threat, it was more like a curse. The most important thing. The chairman of Huang Yao or Zhongting? It was Qi. Soon, Xing Xiao returned to Muchichi's side at the hotel lobby. However, Muchichi was busy chatting with Lu Qianqian, and he was busy among the guests. "Muchichi, I've never met a friend like you. Do you know how long it's been since we last contacted each other?" Lu Qianqian was dressed in bright red, looking bright and generous. She scolded Muchichi right to her face. "You're still talking about it. You didn't take the initiative to call me," Muchichi retorted. The two of them looked at each other resentfully and couldn't help but burst into laughter. There was such a kind of friend in the world. Even if they hadn't contacted each other for a long time, as long as they were together, they would still feel comfortable and have endless topics to talk about. "You're now the wife of the joint CEO of Huang Yao and Zhongting. That's amazing. Unlike me, I have to work from dawn to dusk every day." Lu Qianqian complained to Muchichi. "What about Lin Muhan? Why isn't he here?" "They're training at school." Lu Qianqian answered with a smile. When she mentioned her lover, there was a sweet smile on her lips. "In short, keep in touch often in the future. Don't be so distant." "How could I? We won't be estranged." The two of them sat together like sisters, and there was no end to their conversation. But soon, Xing Zhao's inauguration speech began. In the huge living room, where the spotlight was gathered, Xing Xiao walked to the podium amidst the applause. He faced all the guests, noble and confident. Muchichi looked at Xing Xiao and felt as if her soul had flown out of her body. This was her man. He was the greatest pride of her life. "When I left Huang Yao, I swore to myself that I would never meddle in Huang Yao's affairs again. But ironically, I'm standing here again today. Whether it's my departure or my return, I think there's only one reason, and that's because of my family. The glory of the family. I didn't care when the older generation sacrificed their lives for the glory. But now that I'm married and have a career, I gradually understand how precious the things they want to pass on are. From today onwards, Huang Yao will officially be under Zhongting. I will also officially be the joint CEO. Here, I will fulfill all my promises. Within 5 years, Huang Yao will become the best in Asia." Muchichi did not listen carefully to what Xing Xiao said because her head was buzzing and she could not hear anything. She did not know what was going on. At this moment, facing the man standing on the podium, the man who was respected by everyone, she just wanted to press him on the sofa and kiss him hard. Because she knew how charming and perfect his figure was under the suit. As she thought about it, her cheeks turned red. Lu Qianqian noticed her abnormality and quickly asked, "Are you not feeling well? Why are your ears so red?" "I'm fine." Mu Chi-Chi quickly waved her hand. Are you proud? Xiao Qi, you got yourself such a perfect man when you were only 17. I'm working hard too. Mu Chi-Chi puffed out her chest and said, I'll work harder to be worthy of him. What do you mean by worthy? Hurry up and give him a child. This old man will be completely tied down. Mu Chi-Chi frowned when she heard this. Do you think he's old? That's not it. It's just that in the past few years, he seems to have become more and more mature. In the past, no one dared to provoke him. He was frivolous and didn't play his cards according to common sense. Now that I see him, I only feel that this man seems to have matured a lot. However, I know that he must have more sinister tricks. You're the sinister one. Mu Chi-Chi immediately defended him. Look, you still say that you don't value a lover over a friend. I just said a few words and you became fierce. However, it's understandable. Because to you, Master Zhao's position is not as simple as a husband. In the beginning, he was a teacher, an older brother, and later, he became an uncle. He's almost done playing the role in your life. It's only human nature for you to protect him like this. It's good that you know. No one could compare to this uniqueness. No one else could even think about touching it. She was the only woman in Xing Zhao's life, the flesh on the tip of his heart. Soon, Xing Zhao's inaugural speech ended and applause rang out. Then, Xing Zhao left the stage and returned to Mu Chi-Chi's side. He pinched her face and said, Didn't you say that you wanted to see me stand on the stage? Why were you daydreaming just now? Mu Chi-Chi immediately hugged his hand and shouted, I'm innocent. I've been thinking about you. Then what did I say? Mu Chi-Chi blinked. They were already an old couple, so there was nothing much to say. She leaned close to Xing Zhao's ear and whispered something. Chapter 806. Mu Chi-Chi blinked at him. Xing Zhao teased her even more. Are you trying to squeeze me dry? Chief Xing, take care of yourself. Mu Chi-Chi knew that Xing Zhao would not do anything to her in front of everyone. It was only because they were in public that she dared to be so presumptuous. Xing Zhao did not say anything. But while the new team of Huang Yao was giving their speech, he dragged Mu Chi-Chi to the lounge prepared by the team and locked the door. When Mu Chi-Chi saw Xing Zhao unbuttoning his shirt, she immediately stuck herself to him. She had been thinking about it just now and her heart was itching. This little one's thoughts were too unconventional. While everyone else was admiring his heroic posture on the stage, she was thinking about how seductive his figure was under the suit. Now I'll let you see all you want. Mu Chi-Chi did not stay idle. She climbed onto Xing Zhao's legs and straddled him. That's because others don't dare to think about it. Only I dare. Xing Zhao stared at this little one. His eyes were burning with a thick flame. His lips gradually curled into a smile. How long have you been thinking about it? Since you stood on it, I'll satisfy you. So it was not that he would get angry when he looked at her. She would also. The little one was young and energetic. It was the age to enjoy the love between men and women. Mu Chi-Chi blushed. She could not help but look down and then mumbled, My dress is dirty. I'll be a joke when I go out later. You were quite proud when you lit the fire. Do you still care about the dress now? Mu Chi-Chi took the opportunity to hug Xing Zhao tightly. I only care about you. I'm going crazy for you. Xing Zhao was satisfied after hearing that. The little one was infatuated with him. Xing Zhao couldn't help but ask for enough of her. Then, he carried her into the bathroom and tidied her up. Half an hour later, the two of them went out again. However, Mu Chi-Chi's dress was already wrinkled. If it was Lin Mu and on top, could you still hold it? Mu Chi-Chi's dress was already wrinkled. When Lu Qianqian saw them, she could guess what they were doing. So, she blinked at Mu Qiqi. "Can't you hold it in?" Lu Qianqian shook her head at that. "Only a ghost would be able to control himself. Seeing you guys like this, I'm relieved. It's been a few years. It seems that Master Shao really wants you for the rest of his life." "Of course." Mu Qiqi snorted. "How can I joke about that? Show off." After saying that, Lu Qianqian decided to change the topic. If she wanted to talk about Xing Shao with Mu Qiqi, she could not stop for a day and a night. Still, Lu Qianqian thought that Mu Qiqi and Xing Shao had only been together in the beginning, when Mu Qiqi had a crush on him and suffered. Over the years, Xing Shao had protected her well. But would their lives be smooth sailing? Even if Xing Shao could summon the wind and summon the rain in Jianchuan, that was precisely why there were more people who saw him as a thorn in their side. If that day really came, he hoped that Qiqi would be able to endure it. Just like that, it was a lively and bustling day. The news was broadcast from morning to night. After the inauguration conference, there would be a luncheon and dinner. Old Master Xing did not attend because of his health. However, when he saw Eighth Brother's appearance on the television news, he was relieved. Huang Yao had merged with Zhongteng. Even if he died immediately, he would have no regrets. However, on Xing Kai's side, he did not know how he felt when he saw such news. After all, he had always regarded Eighth Brother as his enemy in this life. What else could Xing Kai feel? Seeing such news, he could only hide in the company and drink. When he went home, he would still be laughed at by Gu Xiling. When Xinyu entered Changrong, he saw the wine bottles all over the floor. One could imagine that Xing Kai was simply drinking. Lawyer Shen was also invited to Xing Zhao's inauguration conference today. "How do you feel?" Xinyu kicked open the wine bottle and pulled Xing Kai onto the sofa. "You can't take it anymore. If there's no place for you in the Xing family, can't you earn it yourself? It has nothing to do with you." Xing Kai broke free from Xinyu's hand. Xinyu did not continue. He just sat down next to Xing Kai. "I'm about to make a move on Xing Bowen. How good is that? Someone will avenge you. What else are you dissatisfied with?" After hearing this, Xing Kai sobered up a little. "Make a move on what? You don't need to know that. You only need to know that Xing Bowen will definitely go to prison. This is what teacher promised you, and it's also what I promised teacher. What kind of grudge does Godfather have with the Xing family?" Xing Kai seized the opportunity to ask Xinyu the question in his heart. Is he keeping me like this to take revenge on the Xing family? Take revenge on the Xing family? Xinyu laughed. Of course not. I can only tell you that wiping out the Xing family is also one of teacher's wishes. As long as it's the same as your goal, it's fine. In the future, everything in the Xing family will be yours. I don't see any hope. Teacher will tell you personally. One day. After saying that, Xinyu snatched the wine bottle from his hand. Arrange a woman for me. The night is long, and I'm very lonely. Xing Kai sobered up and propped himself up on the sofa. He did not know if Xinyu's words were true or false. Xing Shao wanted him to withdraw from Changrong. Withdraw? How? Should he return to Huang Yao like a pug, wagging his tail and begging for mercy? Thinking of this, he became even more determined to follow Jin Bo. Even if he really could not beat Xing Shao, he would stay until the end. He wanted to see who would really have the last laugh. Not long after, Jin Bo called. Shao Kai, do you have time? Come to Godfather's place for a drink. Tell me the address. Jin Bo gave him the address over the phone. Xing Kai immediately perked up and asked the driver to drive him to royal court. When he arrived at the private room, Xing Kai saw Jin Bo and a group of people he did not know eating. When Jin Bo saw him, he quickly explained to the people around him, "He's a child and doesn't know anything. I brought him here to introduce him to everyone. This is my godson, Xing Kai." Then, he whispered into Xing Kai's ear, "These are all people around Deputy Mayor Yao. Behave well and don't be rude." Xing Kai nodded and immediately picked up his wine glass. He toasted the people he knew one by one. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xing Kai finally understood what his godfather was planning. However, he did not make it public. When he left the dinner party, he heard Jin Bo say, "Xiao Kai, Godfather asked you to stay in Changrong to train your character. Godfather hopes that you will do things for him wholeheartedly. Godfather trusts me." "I will definitely go through fire and water," Xing Xiao replied. Chapter 807. There are some things that I won't say out loud. You know who I'm doing this for. In 3 years, when the time is up, Jianchuan will be our world. So, on the surface, I'm only giving you Xing Bowen, but in fact, I don't plan to let go of anyone in the Xing family. If you're willing to contribute, then I'll count you in. Of course, if you still remember our old friendship, then I won't force you. Now that things had come to this, what way was there for him to turn back? I'm willing. Then get along well with all you, Jin Bo said meaningfully. There will be many opportunities in the future. Young man, stay calm. Xing Kai nodded. Although Jin Bo still did not give him any missions, at least he knew who his godfather was working for and why. Now, he knew why his godfather was so afraid of the Xing family and the Shen family. It was because they were stumbling blocks. Godfather, with Xing Xiao around, it's not easy to touch the Xing family. Xing Xiao is not easy to touch, but there are always people who are. In Jianchuan, who doesn't know what Xing Xiao's heart is? If you want to weaken Xing Xiao's power, you have to touch his heart. But now is not the time. Heart. He was hinting at Mu Qiqi. Moreover, Mu Qiqi was the daughter of the Shen family. If he touched this person, at least the Xing family and the Shen family would be in a mess. Ah, Kai, when you want to do big things, you must know how to give up and give up. Xing Kai nodded secretly. I understand. If you need anything, Godfather, tell me at any time. It's too late today. Let's go home. I know you've been sleeping in the company recently. There can't only be one woman. Don't wrong yourself. The one at home isn't sensible, but there will always be sensible ones outside. There's no need to be unhappy for her. I understand, Godfather. Jin Bo was very satisfied. He patted Xing Kai's shoulder. Do well. So they were all targeting Mu Qiqi. However, Mu Qiqi had been taught by Xing Xiao. Her personality and style of doing things were very similar. Did Jin Bo think that a girl was easy to deal with? Not really. He had suffered too many losses in Mu Qiqi's hands. Perhaps this was why Jin Bo wanted to keep him. However, Jin Bo was right. Without Mu Qiqi, Xing Xiao would lose his heart. Without Xing Xiao, the Shen family and the Xing family would lose their protective talisman. At that time, it would be easy for him to make a move. Mu Qiqi did not know that she had become a target. When she got home, she told Mama Xing about the grand occasion at the hotel. Xing Xiao sat by the side and listened to her nonsense, but he could not hide the smile at the corner of his eyes. Mama Xing did not hear anything from Mu Qiqi. She could tell that Mu Qiqi admired her son. Therefore, she also smiled. Xiao Qi, in your heart, he is a treasure. No matter what, he is always heroic. So mommy doesn't think he's handsome. It's our own son. Who cares if he's handsome or not? Even if he's ugly, we still have to acknowledge him. Muchichi thought about it carefully. That made sense. The one who had jumped out of her stomach did not seem to be ugly, so she did not care too much. However, today, she was so focused on the difference between Xing Xiao and not wearing a suit that she had forgotten that she had not seen Su Che for a few days. Where's Su Che? He went home to visit his family, Xing Xiao answered naturally. He'll be gone for a few more days. I've never heard you talk about Su Che's family. It's been a long day. Let's go upstairs and take a shower. With that, Xing Xiao got up. Muchichi followed behind him, but she did not follow him into the bathroom. She waited until he was soaking in the bathtub before she took a pillow and stuffed it into her belly. Then, she walked up to him. So this is what pregnancy feels like. Xing Xiao opened his eyes and saw her messing around. His face darkened. What are you playing at now? Didn't Mom say that she doesn't mind her own child? I just want to try and imagine what it feels like. Xing Xiao grabbed her arm and pulled her closer to his handsome face. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What are you hinting at? I'm not hinting at anything. I know I can't give birth to your child yet. Muchichi took out the pillow from her abdomen. I just occasionally think about what it would feel like to be pregnant with your child and give birth to your baby. After Xing Xiao heard this, he let go of her. I plan to have a child after I'm 35. I'm already 27. Muchichi protested. Actually, it's the best age for a man to have a child at 32, then let's make it 32. Don't think about it before that. Xing Xiao deliberately said it later. This thing would definitely go to the middle part in order to compromise. It turned out that he knew her well enough. After Muchichi was disappointed, Xing Xiao pulled her into the bathtub with one hand. Giving birth is not as easy as you think. Even if you're 24 years old, you've just started working. It's not suitable for you to have a child at all. Don't forget that you still have a lot of youth just because you're envious of others. Muchichi leaned into Xing Xiao's arms and nodded gently. As long as it's for you, I can do anything crazy. But look at me. I know. In fact, Xing Xiao knew that Muchichi had already tested him time and time again for the sake of having a child. However, her situation was different from Feng Shanshan's. Be good and don't cause trouble for me all day. When did I cause trouble for you? Muchichi couldn't help but defend herself. She went to class on time and went to Sonda class on time during the holidays. There was no student more obedient than her. I messed with one at noon. Xing Xiao stood on the stage and spoke, but Muchichi was thinking about taking off her suit. Didn't you feel good then? Muchichi drew circles on his chest. Since you came during the day, you'll let me sleep at night, right? Yes. Xing Xiao nodded. He had no objections. But the truth was, didn't you say that you'll let me sleep? You sleep. I'll move. Even if he didn't want children, he was still so diligent. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that he knew her menstrual cycle at all times. He was like a god who knew when she would get pregnant and when she wouldn't. Muchichi thought to herself that it would be great if she was really pregnant. She could rest for 10 months. After Xing Zhao's inauguration ceremony, Xing Bowen asked Xin Yu out for a drink on a cruise. It was obvious that he was really happy that this heavy burden had been taken away by Xing Xiao. I'm going mountain climbing in a few days. Do you want to bring you along? Xing Bowen asked Xin Yu in a good mood. I'll be alone. Yufei has classes and can't leave. I'm bored and want to find a companion. Which mountain? Xin Yu asked. Chapter 808. On foot. Drive to the foot of the mountain, Xingboan replied. Then let's set it for 3 days later. I'll call you in the morning. You don't have any cases to deal with, right? I've only accepted your case for now, Xinyu answered with a hidden meaning. Then I'll pick you up when the time comes. Xingboan looked unsuspecting and confided in Xinyu. On one hand, Xinyu felt that Xingboan was very pitiful, but on the other hand, he felt that Xingboan was very sad. Xingxiao was so difficult to deal with, but his brothers were all stupid. He was just worried that he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to deal with Xingboan, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to him. That was good. It wasn't a good idea to keep dragging things out like this. Then I'll prepare early. It's still very cold on the mountain. Prepare more clothes. With that, Xingboan patted Xinyu on the shoulder. Xinyu thought that Xingboan didn't know what he was going to prepare, but he was wrong. Xingboan knew that Xinyu had not taken action for so many days because he didn't seem to be giving the two of them a chance to be alone. So, he gave it to him. He planned to make a big move and see how Xinyu would deal with it. After returning home, he told Ren Yufei, in 3 days, Xinyu and I will go out. Yufei, I might have to trouble you to help me pack my things. Just the two of you. Ren Yufei stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Xingboan. Do you know, I know, but it's precisely because I know that I have to do this. Xinyu has always been very cautious because this is Jianchuan and Xingxiao is here. But if he leaves Jianchuan, he will have a chance, Xingboan explained and looked at Ren Yufei seriously. Xingboan explained and looked at Ren Yufei very seriously. I also know that you will be worried about me, but I don't want to be like that person in the detention center and die in there without knowing why. That place is hell. I can promise you that I'll let you go alone, but you have to discuss it with eighth brother. You have to be fully prepared. That was the bottom line of Ren Yufei's compromise. As soon as Ren Yufei finished speaking, Xingboan pulled her into his arms and rubbed her hard, just wanting to rub her into his body. Yufei, I'm sorry. Since we're husband and wife, there's nothing wrong with that. I know you feel wronged and have doubts in your heart. Since you want to understand, go ahead. Don't worry about me. She knew what Xingboan had seen in the detention center, and she could understand why he was so afraid. I won't let anything happen to me. Xingboan let go of Ren Yufei and kissed her forehead. Because I still want to be happy with you for a long time. Then hurry up and discuss it with eighth brother. It's so late. Let's go tomorrow. Xingboan carried Ren Yufei to bed. It's time to rest. The two of them had not taken off their clothes, nor had they taken a shower. Seriously, they were lying together and hugging each other. Ren Yufei could not help but say, "Don't always make me so worried." Xingboan did not answer. After a long while, he replied with a clear word above Ren Yufei's head, "Okay." Xinyu did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. It was just that the other party had walked right into the trap like a fool. When he returned to the villa that night, Xinyu saw that Xingkai was also sitting on the sofa in his house. He smiled. I'm really not done with you guys. I've arranged for 2 starlets. They're on their way. I'll borrow your room for a night of passion, Xingkai replied, leaning on the sofa. You want it too? Don't tell me that I have to keep my chastity for a woman like that. Xingkai asked. Then, he smelled the alcohol on Xinyu's body and asked, Did you see Xingboan again? In 3 days, your brother will go to prison again. Xinyu went to the kitchen to get a beer and sat at the dining table. You're just like your brother. You're so stupid that it makes my heart ache. I was still thinking of creating an opportunity, but I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. Go to prison. Don't tell me it's like trying to send the old man to the hospital again. It's all for naught. Don't worry. This time, no one can save him. After saying this, Xinyu entered his room, leaving Xingkai alone on the sofa, conflicted. That feeling was neither happy nor sad. It was very complicated. When the two starlets arrived, he would each choose one and bring them back to his room. Gu Xiling. Marriage? From now on, they were nothing in Xingkai's eyes. Of course, Gu Xiling was used to Xingkai not spending the night at home. However, she knew that Xingkai would not dare to act rashly. But this time, it was different. The next day, Xing Bowen called Xing Xiao and told him that he had already made a big move against Xinyu yesterday. I asked him to meet me at Mount Yueying in 3 days. Xing Xiao was silent for a while and only said one word. Okay. You don't blame me. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative to attack. Isn't that what you said? Xing Xiao replied calmly on the other end of the phone. Drive your car out later. I'll send someone to pick it up. What are you going to do? Do what I have to do. Cameras from all angles were indispensable. A GPS system was also indispensable. At the same time, there would be a lot of medicine in the car just in case. Also, hand over your phone. I'll send it to Zhongting's technical department and deal with it for you. What else? Xing Bowen asked. He really felt that having such a younger brother was a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. However, he was clearly a younger brother, but Xing Xiao was experienced and mature. He was more like an older brother who took care of him. Also, I'll send people to the mountain and the surroundings in advance. 3 days later, you have to be careful. He won't go so far as to kill me because everyone knows that I left with him. He won't dare. He doesn't want to kill you. Xing Xiao dispelled his concerns. Otherwise, you would have died 1,000 times over. The reason why Xing Xiao said this was because the incident of old Qing being hit had constantly stimulated his nerves. If the person behind Xinyu really wanted to kill him, there was no need for it to be so troublesome. Obviously, he still wanted to get something from Xing Bowen, or rather, put him in an even more terrifying situation. I should have let Su Che follow you, but Su Che has gone to do something more important. There's no need. If I really need to protect him to that extent, Xinyu will definitely notice. Xing Bowen also refused to be protected by him. What you said is enough. If anything happens, call the police immediately. This was the last thing Xing Xiao could remind him of. Of course, on the day Xing Bowen left, he would also set off to the foot of the mountain. That way, even if something really happened to Xing Bowen, he could still support him at any time. 8th brother, I mean, if something really happens to me, you must help me comfort Yu Fei. Chapter 809. Alright, I'll pray to myself that everything will be fine. Xing Bowen comforted himself and hypnotized himself that everything would go smoothly. However, before hanging up the phone, Xing Bowen could not help but comment on Xing Xiao. 8th brother, you're actually quite heartless. I've always been like this. With that, Xing Xiao hung up the phone. Yes, that's the truth. Xing Bowen put down his phone and let out a long sigh. Not long after, Xing Bowen went out and got someone to drive the car out. At the same time, he sent his phone over and took out a spare phone to avoid arousing suspicion. It was rare for old Master Xing to be in good spirits. He was drinking tea in the garden. Seeing that Xing Bowen's recent behavior was strange, he called him over and sized him up. Have you been very close to Lawyer Shen recently? He's not bad. Xing Bowen smiled. 3rd brother, you didn't like to eat, drink, and be a playboy in the past. Ever since you came out of the detention center, your behavior has become more and more strange. As old Master Xing drank his tea, he said to him earnestly, I don't have the strength to do anything now. You young people don't like to tell me what's on your mind. I'm always the last to know about what happened recently. However, third brother, even if Grandpa can't do anything, I still hope that you can tell me if you're in trouble. Even if Grandpa can't help you, I've seen more people than you, right? Grandpa, it's really fine. In 2 days, I'll go out with Lawyer Shin to relax. I promise you that when I come back, I'll definitely adjust my state. Xing Bowen did not show any abnormalities. The old man did not force him. He knew that he wanted to go out to relax and felt that this was a good idea. Aren't you going to bring Yufei along? She hasn't been feeling well for the past 2 days. I'll let her stay at home to rest. Xing Bowen casually gave a reason. All right, I'll get the butler to take good care of Yufei for you. Don't worry. Xing Bowen looked at the old man and did not move his eyes away for a long time. After a while, he said, Grandpa, you look better. It seems that with eighth brother around, you can spend your remaining years in peace. The old man snorted and rolled his eyes at him. Don't act like a good boy in front of me. Go out and play for a few days. You have to be the same when you come back. I feel really uncomfortable seeing you like this. Got it. Xing Bowen agreed obediently. However, in the next 2 days, Xing Bowen liquidated all his assets and organized them into a document bag. He was afraid that giving it to Ren Yufei would increase her psychological burden, so Xing Bowen sent the documents to the Banyan courtyard and specifically handed them to Muchichi. Muchichi was puzzled when she received the yellow paper bag. She thought that it was something from the school, but when she opened it in the study, she found that it was all proof of Xing Bowen's assets. There was also a letter. Xiao Qi, if anything happens to me when I go out tomorrow, give all of this information to Yufei in the future. I'm not a competent husband and I can't bring her much happiness. This is the only thing I can do for her. Muchichi frowned and sat on the chair in the study. She did not come back to her senses for a long time. What was she going to do tomorrow? At that thought, Muchichi was about to call Xing Bowen when Xing Xiao pushed the door open and entered. Thinking that the man might know something, Muchichi showed him the letter. After Xing Xiao read it, his brows furrowed deeply. He did not intend to drag the little one in, so he did not tell Muchichi that Xing Bowen was going out. However, now that Xing Bowen had sent a letter, the little one definitely could not hide it anymore. What does third brother mean by this? Xing Xiao was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he sat down on the sofa and waved Muchichi over. Muchichi took the letter and sat on his lap. She looked at him solemnly. Old man, you've been hiding more and more things from me recently. Don't call me old man. All right, Master Xiao, can you tell me what this means now? Muchichi waved the thing in her hand and said, Third brother's assets are all here. I didn't expect him to be so rich. What's a few $100 million? Is he going to make arrangements for his funeral? Xing Xiao took the letter and looked at it a few times. Then, he put it aside. 3 days ago, he asked Xinyu to climb the mountain. He wanted to draw out Xinyu's next move because he knew very well that Xinyu had bailed him out. It was impossible for him to not have a next step. So, he took the initiative to attack and wanted to find out the truth behind it. I know he's taking the initiative to get close to Xinyu, but the two of them went out alone, and you let him go. Muchichi was in disbelief. He's not as weak as you think, Xing Xiao said calmly. He sent me all this. It's really not convincing. Muchichi put down the documents in her hand and felt a little helpless. He wants to pretend to be a little white rabbit again, right? But this time, the person behind it is the mastermind of Baisini's case. That will really kill him. I've already set up surveillance in his car, on his phone, and around Mount Yueying. As long as Shin Yu makes a move, he won't be able to get anything out of it. How confident are you? Mu Qiqi put her hand around Xing Zhao's neck and asked. Third brother, when I was in the detention center, I saw someone die in front of him for no reason, Xing Zhao explained. Why did he agree to Xing Bowen taking the risk? That was the shadow in Xing Bowen's heart, the knot in his heart. Mu Qiqi immediately quietened down. If she were in his shoes, she might have gone crazy too. A sudden frame-up and the bullying of a kind and honest person. Anyone who had experienced this would question the path they had taken and the things they believed in. Were they all wrong? What are your plans that day? Xing Zhao took off his coat and loosened the buttons on his shirt. He answered Mu Qiqi, I've already found a place at the foot of the mountain. I'll go over to pick you up when the time comes. I'll go with you. Xing Zhao knew that once Mu Qiqi found out about this, she would definitely not stand by and do nothing. So, he only said in a low voice, You don't have class tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Can you go take a shower? Mu Qiqi was satisfied. She put away the things on the table and put them back into the yellow paper bag. She locked it in Xing Zhao's drawer. This is third brother's money. I have to keep it safe for him. Xing Bowen was not as weak as he thought, and naturally, the little one was not either. If he let this little one know after the fact, she would have to let her imagination run wild again. It was better to keep it under her nose and be at ease. The next morning, Ren Yufei woke up early to help Xing Bowen pack his luggage. However, her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried. Xing Bowen's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. I promise you that I'll come back safe and sound. Trust me. It's cold on the mountain. I've prepared 2 coats for you. If you're cold, take them out and put them on. Chapter 8:10. Call me at any time. Xing Bowen nodded and looked at his sports watch. He realized that it was getting late, so he carried his luggage on his back. It's almost time for me to set off. I still have to take a detour to pick up Shin Yu. Ren Yufei nodded gently, but her hands were already tightly clenched. I'll send you out. Xing Bowen knew that she was worried, so he did not say anything. However, when he saw that she was so flustered that she even put on the wrong shoes, he pressed her against the door and kissed her passionately. He couldn't bear to, but there were some things that he had to do. He couldn't wait for others to plot against him before he regretted it. At this moment, Ren Yufei allowed herself to indulge in it as her teeth were pried open by that soft tongue. The two of them kissed passionately for a long time before Xing Bowen let her go. Don't send me off. I'm leaving. With that, he disappeared from the door. Ren Yufei did not follow him out. She just touched her lips because Xing Bowen's warmth still lingered on them. Be careful when you're outside. This was old Master Xing's last instruction. A moment later, Xing Bowen drove the black SUV and disappeared from the Xing family's iron gate. It was 8:00 in the morning. Xing Bowen arrived at the villa on time according to the address provided by Shin Yu. Shin Yu, who was dressed in light sports gear, stood at the entrance of the villa and waited. Have you been waiting for a long time? I just left. Shin Yu put his backpack in the trunk and sat in the front passenger seat. If you haven't slept enough, you can sleep a little longer. It's a 4-hour journey from here. By the time we reach the foot of the mountain, it'll be noon. We'll have lunch at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. We'll climb the mountain in the afternoon. Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements. In other words, the car would be parked in the hotel. Shin Yu's gaze gently glanced at the trunk. It was at this moment that the two of them began to draw the route on Xing Zhao's computer. Xing Zhao also put away his computer and picked up his coat. He followed Xinyu to pick up Muqiqi and set off for Mount Yueying. However, after picking up Muqiqi, she looked at Xing Zhao's new driver and was a little puzzled. Didn't Su Che go home to visit his family? Don't be so smart. Xing Zhao could not help but remind her. We'll talk about this later. Muqiqi did not ask further. She just looked at the computer on Xing Zhao. How many cameras did you install on third brother's car? There's not even a blind spot. Don't talk. Lean against me and sleep for a while. It will take a long time. I'm just asking, how many people did you bring? 4 of them have gone first. There are still 6 more to go. Xing Zhao stared at the screen, but he answered Muqiqi seriously. Muqiqi felt at ease and leaned into Xing Zhao's arms. After a few hours, she had to sleep. In fact, when Xing Zhao and Qiao Lian set off, Xing Bowen and Qiao Lian had already had lunch at the hotel at the foot of the mountain and parked their car. The two of them carried a backpack each. It looked like they were going to climb a mountain. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like your first time climbing a mountain. Xing Bowen saw that Xinyu had taken out the professional equipment and was excited. Then I've really found the right person. In the past, when I was abroad, I had nowhere to vent when I was upset, so I often went out to climb mountains alone, Xinyu explained. I thought there was no case you couldn't win. It's precisely because I have to win that I need to put in more effort. There was a hidden meaning in Xinyu's words. I'm an orphan, unlike young masters like you who have lived a luxurious life since I was young. If I didn't work harder, I wouldn't have lived to this day. This is the first time I've heard you talk about your family. Xing Bowen smiled as he walked. Tell me more. I'm curious. We're brothers, but I still don't know anything about you. I grew up in an orphanage. Later, I was adopted by an old man. He supported me until I graduated from college. After I became financially independent, I never saw him again. Xinyu briefly explained his background. What about a girlfriend? Haven't you dated? Xing Bowen winked at him nosily. I did, but not for long. Then I'll definitely keep a suitable one for you. Who asked you to be my brother? Xing Bowen stopped walking and patted Xinyu on the shoulder. The scenery of Mount Yueying is very good. It's a pity that Yufei can't come with us. I actually have to share such a beautiful place with a man. It feels strange. After saying that, Xing Bowen pushed Xinyu from behind. Hurry up. It'll take 5 or 6 hours to get up. When Xinyu saw that he had touched his backpack, he subconsciously changed his shoulder. When I get serious, I'm very fast. You won't be able to catch up at all. Xing Bowen couldn't help but laugh. Then let's compete. In fact, Xing Bowen saw Xinyu's action of protecting his backpack. However, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything. His backpack was full of clothes and food, as well as some medicine and water. However, what was hidden in Xinyu's backpack was definitely a weapon against him. However, it didn't matter because sooner or later, Xinyu would open the bag in front of him. The two of them chased each other and climbed to the top of the mountain. Even though they were 2 athletes, it took them 4.5 hours. In addition, the weather on the mountain was unpredictable. Xing Bowen suggested that they find a hotel to stay in first. 2 young people, don't go any further. It's snowing heavily. Hurry up and find a place to stay, the natives on the mountain reminded the two of them. Xinyu and Xing Bowen looked at each other and nodded. Then let's find a random guest house. In order not to arouse Xinyu's suspicion, Xing Bowen did not book a hotel in advance. A random place would not easily arouse suspicion. the two of them found a nearby guest house to stay in. Because of the snow, a bonfire was lit in the guest house. Xingboan handed his coat to Xinyu and smiled. You said that you often climb mountains, but you didn't know to bring more clothes. The mountains abroad aren't this high, and they aren't this cold. Looks like we'll have to stay here tonight. Do you want a drink? Xingboan sat on the chair and smiled. In this kind of weather, around the bonfire and drinking a little wine, you'll sleep very comfortably at night. Yes. Xinyu nodded. No one knew what he was thinking. No, it should be said that at this moment, he actually didn't know what Xingboan was thinking. Was he really not on guard at all? The two of them sat together with their own thoughts. Not long after, the snow drifted in. It's so beautiful. Then let's take a few more looks. Because once they entered, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Xingboan seemed to hear the underlying meaning in Xinyu's words and smiled. Yes, it's a rare opportunity in the future. I originally wanted to see the sunrise, but it seems like it's not going to happen. You won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise, Xinyu thought to himself. Chapter 8:11. At the same time, Xing Xiao and Mu Qiqi had just arrived at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Although it was already April or May, it was still much cooler in the mountains than in the city. In addition to the rain, Mu Qiqi had been in Xing Xiao's arms ever since she got out of the car, shivering from the cold. After entering the hotel, Xing Xiao carried her to the big bed and covered her with a blanket. Mu Qiqi took a while to calm down and finally stopped freezing. Then, she asked Xing Xiao, "Is there any movement from third brother?" "There won't be any tonight." Xing Xiao put down the computer and looked at the GPS. One showed Xingboan's location, and the other showed Xingboan's car parked in front of the hotel. This Xinyu sure can keep his cool. Mu Qiqi poked her head out of the blanket and watched the man beside her take off his clothes. A moment later, the hotel service delivered freshly cooked food. Mu Qiqi was so hungry that her eyes were dizzy. She quickly got up. Xing Xiao changed his clothes and sat next to her, accompanying her to eat. "Why did you bring wine?" "This is plum wine brewed by the locals. Drink some. It can warm up your body." Xing Xiao took out a wine glass and poured her a small sip. Usually, this man never let her drink. He knew that she couldn't hold her liquor well, but now he was taking the initiative to let her drink. There must be a trick behind it. "Are you going to do something tonight?" Mu Qiqi pressed Xing Xiao's hand and asked, "Do you want to get me drunk and go out by yourself?" Xing Xiao pointed at the computer beside him with his chin and said, "There's no movement from there now. Who knows what Xinyu is planning?" After thinking about it, Mu Qiqi decided to believe Xing Xiao. After all, if he had known beforehand, he wouldn't have allowed third brother to take the risk. "Then I'll take a small sip." Mu Qiqi held the wine glass and took a small sip. The fruity wine entered her stomach and warmed her entire body. How magical! Xing Xiao looked at her and did not say anything. A moment later, he saw the little thing's face turn red and hot. "No, I'm dizzy." After saying that, Mu Qiqi climbed onto the big bed behind her. Xing Xiao got up and carried her to the big bed. Then, he adjusted the temperature of the room so that she could sleep comfortably. Wasn't this kind of weather suitable for sleeping? Soon, Mu Qiqi fell asleep and her breathing became even. Xing Xiao turned off the lights in the room and sat in front of the computer to call Xingboan. Xingboan was still drinking on the mountain. When he received the call, he generously answered it in front of Xinyu. "Eighth brother, what's the matter? Did you forget that Huang Yao still has something to do with me? Did you go out to play?" Xing Xiao's voice was cold, but it was a familiar tone. I'll look for you when I get back, Xingboan said with a slight smell of alcohol. I'm on the mountain now anyway. You can't find me. Come back soon. Got it, eighth brother. I'm drinking. I can't talk to you anymore. It's snowing on the mountain, and my claws are hurting from the cold. Xingboan hung up the phone. Xinyu sat beside him and listened. His heart gradually relaxed because Xing Xiao did not notice anything. He did not even know that Xingboan had gone out to climb the mountain. It's snowing anyway, let's continue drinking. Xing Xiao hung up the phone and looked at the computer. At the moment, there was no movement at all. It was like the calm before the storm. At this moment, Mu Chichi suddenly sat up from the bed and looked at Xing Xiao. Xiao Xiao, did something happen to third brother? She was thinking about Xingboan, so she could not sleep well. However, he could not force her to drink too much. He was afraid that her stomach would feel uncomfortable. No. Xing Xiao got up and sat on the bed. He hugged Mu Chichi in his arms and comforted her. Sleep. Mu Chichi widened her eyes and looked at Xing Xiao. You lied to me. You just wanted to get me drunk. Xing Xiao did not say anything. He suddenly turned over and pressed her under his body. Instead of coaxing her and forcing her to drink, he might as well use the most primitive method to make her fall asleep. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, but Mu Chichi only felt that her head was empty and her entire body was floating. It was a familiar touch and a familiar kiss. Mu Chichi closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Soon, there were soft moans coming from her mouth, and the intense lovemaking came to an end in the heavy rain. This time, Mu Chichi really fell asleep. Xing Xiao got off the bed and wiped her down before letting her rest. Then, he put on his nightgown and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The computer beside him was always on, and the red dot on the screen was constantly flashing. At 3:00 in the morning, the heavy snow suddenly stopped. Xingboan woke up from the sofa in the guest house and saw that the bonfire in front of him was still burning. Xinyu was adding fuel to the fire. I fell asleep, go in and sleep. You drank a lot, Xinyu urged him. No need. I brought medicine. I'll go take one. After saying that, Xingboan staggered to his feet. Fortunately, Xinyu supported him. Where's the medicine? I'll help you get it. It's in my backpack. Xingboan felt very dizzy and quickly sat back on the sofa. Xinyu entered the door and got Xingboan the medicine. However, a few minutes later, someone called Xingboan. Xingboan picked up the call and heard the hotel service at the foot of the mountain say anxiously, Mr. Xing, XX8467 is your license plate number, right? Yes, what's the matter? The manager went out to check just now and found that your car is missing. It seems to have been stolen. Xingboan sobered up a little and immediately got up. Call the police immediately. I'll think of a way to get down the mountain. Therefore, when Xinyu came out, he saw Xingboan asking the boss about going down the mountain. It's 3:00 in the morning. Even if the old man dares to drive this car, you guys wouldn't dare to sit in it. The boss of the guest house was a little troubled. That car is really important to me, Xingboan said anxiously. What's wrong? Xinyu quickly went up to him and handed the medicine to Xingboan. The hotel called and said that my car was stolen. That car is very important to me, so I talked to the boss about going down the mountain. Xingboan tried his best to stay awake. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much. Boss, I'll pay double the price. Send us down the mountain, Xinyu said. Especially when he saw Xingboan's anxious expression, he said, that car is very important to my friend. After thinking about it, the boss finally nodded. Then I'll drive slowly. Okay. Looking at the time, it was 3:00 in the morning. Xing Xiao finally saw another small dot on the computer screen moving quickly down the mountain. Xing Bowen had gone down the mountain. Of course, he knew where Xing Bowen's car was and who had stolen it. After all, there were very hidden surveillance cameras in the car. However, why did Xing Yu lure Xing Bowen down the mountain like this? The rain outside had just stopped, and the road was dark and slippery. Chapter 8:12. After 2 whole hours, Xing Bowen and Xing Yu were sent down the mountain by the owner of the homestay. However, Xing Bowen was still stumbling and could only rely on Xing Yu's support. The two of them quickly arrived at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. The hotel manager was also very anxious. After all, it was not an ordinary car. It was a Mercedes-Benz limited edition off-road vehicle. We've already called the police, but in the mountains, the police force is limited, so the hotel staff went out to look for it first, the manager explained to Xing Bowen. I'm sorry, Mr. Xing. Is there no surveillance? Seeing that Xing Bowen could not speak, Xing Yu helped to ask. I did. The surveillance shows that 3 men wearing masks drove the car away. But as you know, this area is remote and there are no surveillance cameras. Once they are out of the hotel's range, there's nothing we can do, the manager explained. Our people have already gone out to look for it. That car was a birthday gift from my mother. It's been a few years. I didn't expect someone to still remember it. Xing Bowen held his forehead and explained, it's a pity to lose it just like that. It's useless to think so much now. Xing Yu comforted him. It's best if we can find it. After all, this kind of car is not common. We should be able to find it. That's for the best. Xing Bowen had already drunk alcohol and had a bad headache. Now, his head was heavy and his feet were light. Xing Yu let him support him, and the two of them waited in the hotel lobby. They did not expect that half an hour later, there would be news. The manager quickly walked over and said to the two of them, Mr. Xing, our people followed and found out that someone saw the car driving in the direction of the abandoned winery. Send me there. Don't go. You drank so much. Xing Yu stopped him. It's raining again. It's dark and the road is slippery. There's really no need. I'll only be at ease if I see it with my own eyes. Xing Bowen hung on Xing Yu's body. Aren't you here? Xing Yu took a deep breath and finally said to the hotel manager, you guys drive and send us there to take a look. Okay, I'll send a car now. The manager left quickly in his high heels. A moment later, the hotel driver sent the two of them to the location of the abandoned winery. Under the illumination of the car lights, Xing Bowen immediately saw his birthday present parked at the entrance. However, when he got out of the car, he almost rolled off. He was quite drunk. Be careful. Xing Yu supported him, and the two of them ran towards the off-road vehicle. The top of the car had been turned upside down. From the looks of it, these people were only after the money, not the car. Xing Bowen jumped into the driver's seat and tried to turn on the engine. Seeing this, Xing Yu said to the hotel staff, go back. The car has been found. Tell your manager not to be so busy. The hotel staff heaved a sigh of relief and drove away from the abandoned winery. At this time, only Xing Bowen and Xing Yu were left in the winery. Xing Bowen was very excited to find what he had lost. He checked it carefully before he was relieved. You scared me to death. After saying that, he said to Xing Yu, get in the car. I'll take you back. Are you really okay now? Xing Yu asked him. Xing Bowen laid on the steering wheel and said weakly, I want to sleep. Then I'll drive. You can sleep in the back row, Shin Yu said to him calmly and helped him from the car to the back row to lie down. A moment later, Xing Bowen's even breathing came from the back row. Shin Yu immediately took out his backpack and quickly put on gloves, shoe covers, and a blue coat. However, what Shin Yu did not know was that all his movements were under Xing Zhao's surveillance. It was also because of his equipment that Xing Zhao understood what he wanted to do. It was not just Xing Zhao, but Xing Bowen as well. He had taken the hangover medicine and had been exposed to the cold wind for 2 hours. Along the way, he had pinched the area between his thumb and index finger, reminding himself to be sober, just for this moment. So, this was what was in Shin Yu's backpack. Xing Bowen had a splitting headache, but he was abnormally sober. The road back to the hotel was not that far, but in order to find a suitable place to commit the crime, Shin Yu deliberately drove very far. In a place where there were no street lamps, no surveillance cameras, and few cars, Shin Yu found his target. A white car stood out in the darkness. Before Xing Bowen could react, he could already feel Shin Yu changing lanes and speeding up. At this moment, Xing Bowen seemed to suddenly understand what Shin Yu wanted to do, so he immediately propped himself up to stop him. Shin Yu. Stop the car. It was just that he understood a little too late. The two cars collided, and Xing Bowen felt the world spin even more. At that moment, Xing Bowen felt as if he was dead. When his ears returned to normal, Shin Yu continued driving. He did not know how many meters forward, but in the end, the car was hit by a big tree. Another violent impact made Xing Bowen feel extremely uncomfortable. He instantly opened the car door, lay on the ground, and started vomiting. After vomiting, he lay on the ground and fell unconscious. He had just been installed on the car door. At this moment, Shin Yu got out of the driver's seat, helped Xing Bowen up, and placed him in the driver's seat. Then, he took off his gloves and foot covers, jumped back to the back of the SUV, and pretended to faint. Soon, the family that had been hit caught up with them. When they saw that the car had crashed into a tree, they quickly called the police. It was another hit and run that had been arranged clearly. And it was still drunk driving. When Xing Bowen woke up, he was already at the police station, handcuffed. The strong light stung his eyes, and he immediately realized that he was in a trap. You're finally awake. The interrogating police officer knocked on the table. Drunk driving and escaping. Prison is waiting for you. This time, Xing Bowen was very calm. He only asked the police officer, "How are the family that was hit?" "One has a serious fracture, and the other two have minor injuries. Fortunately, no one died. Otherwise, you'd be in prison for the rest of your life." "Officer, I was drunk at the time and didn't drive at all. The driver was my friend," Xing Bowen explained. "If you don't believe me, go ask him. Contact him immediately. You'd better save this trick of yours for the court." "Then can I see him?" Xing Bowen begged. "Please. I want to figure it out. Just you wait." The police officer sneered and got up to leave the interrogation room. Then, Shin Yu walked in. "Why did you do that? I'm so good to you." "I don't know what you're talking about." Shin Yu completely treated himself as an outsider. "I tried to persuade you, but you insisted on driving. You knew that you still had a criminal record, but you insisted on self-destruction. Even if I'm a lawyer, I can't save you. You drove the car." Xing Bowen shouted on the verge of collapse. "I was drunk and unconscious. How could I drive?" Chapter 8:13. At first, I was thinking that I should help you. After all, you treat me like a brother. But you actually want to slander me for what you did. Xing Bowen, are you still human? After Xing Bowen heard this, his eyes turned red like a lion that had lost control. Why did you want to harm me? Why? No one wants to harm you. You're the one who wants to harm yourself. Your crime won't be light. What awaits you will only be the punishment of the law. Wait for your sentence. With that, Shin Yu stood up and left the interrogation room. Everything was over. If you wanted to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid, Shin Bowen. However, after Shin Yu left, Shin Bowen gradually regained his calm because he knew very well that everything was over. So this was Shin Yu's second step. He wanted to send him to prison completely. It was a pity, he couldn't succeed. The news spread very quickly. The news of Shin Bowen escaping again quickly spread throughout Jianchuan. However, Huang Yao had already merged with Zhongting, so Shin Bowen wasn't worried. The only thing he was worried about was that the old man would be agitated again after hearing it. The old man received the news early in the morning, but he didn't show any expression. Ren Yufei was still thinking about how to appease the old man, but he didn't show the slightest bit of worry. Stop looking. Eighth brother called me a long time ago. The old man snorted. These two bastards are getting more and more lawless. Grandpa, I'm sorry, what's there to be sorry about? It's not true anyway. After eighth brother clarifies it, it'll be fine. I sympathize with the person behind him. The old man knew the severity of the matter. Since the two brothers had worked together to put on such a show, they would definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. This kid, I told you, he's been looking for that Shin kid to eat frequently recently. So it's all because of this matter. Seeing that the old man wasn't worried, Ren Yufei let go of the worry in her heart. Just wait and watch the show. The reaction of the entire Jianchuan was very intense. Shin Bowen was portrayed as a heinous criminal. More importantly, this time, the evidence was conclusive, and he could no longer get away with it. In the morning, Shin Bowen was handed over to the Jianchuan police station. Because it was a malicious criminal case, the police immediately arrested him. However, he had learned to keep a straight face when facing an acquaintance. Shin Yu had completed his mission well. Jin Bo was very happy to see the news. Of course, Shin Kai also saw the so-called result. This time, Shin Bowen would not be able to make a comeback. After entering the police station, the police asked Shin Bowen to explain the entire details of the drunk driving incident. Shin Bowen did not say anything. He only said to the police, "You promised to let me meet Shin Yu. I'll tell you everything, no matter how big or small. You don't have the right to negotiate with the police. But Uncle Police, you don't have any direct evidence that I drove the car. There are no surveillance cameras, right? So I want to see Shin Yu. As long as I see him, I'll confess everything." The police couldn't do anything to him, so they called Shin Yu. Shin Yu originally disdained to see this idiot again, but since he wanted to die, he would let him have his way. On this day, Jianchuan was in an uproar. When Mu Chichi woke up, she was already at home in the banyan courtyard. Seeing that Xing Xiao was not around, she immediately got up and went downstairs. She saw Mama Xing watching the news of Shin Bowen's drunken driving and escaping. "Mommy, you're awake. Eighth brother has already asked for leave from school for you. You can rest at home today." Mama Xing turned around and said, "Fifth aunt has made soup for you. Drink some later. You'll feel better." "Mommy, third brother, eighth brother told me to tell you when you wake up. Everything is under control. Don't worry. That damn man had seduced her last night and deliberately knocked her out." She had already reacted. What had happened during this period of time? She really wanted to know. The matter had gotten so big, and she did not know how that damn man was going to settle it. "Mommy, I'm not eating lunch. I'm going to Zhongting." Mu Chichi could not control her worry and curiosity. Now, the victims were all over the world, and everyone was calling Xing Bowen a piece of trash. Mu Chi-Chi could not help but be puzzled. Did things have to get so big? I knew I wouldn't be able to control you. The car has already been prepared for you. Eat something, and I'll let you go. Okay. Mu Chi-Chi sat down at the dining table and ate her lunch in peace. She did not know that at that moment, Xing Xiao had already set off for the police station. In the afternoon, Shin Yu appeared in the interrogation room. However, this time, Xing Bowen requested to talk to Shin Yu alone without being monitored by others. The two of them faced each other. Only then did Xing Bowen look like he had accepted the truth. Tell me why. I plead guilty. After Shin Yu heard this, he lifted the corner of his shirt and smiled. Do you think you still have a choice? Why? I treated you so well and confided in you, yet you schemed against me like this. Looking at Xing Bowen's innocent expression, Shin Yu looked at him coldly and completely tore off his disguise. I warned you not to trust anyone so easily, but you didn't listen. Did you bail me out just to send me in again? You're finally smart for once. Shin Yu nodded and looked at Xing Bowen with a gratified expression. You finally understood. I don't understand. What did I do to offend you? You didn't offend me. I was just doing something for someone else. Your second brother found a good backer and named you by name. He wanted to send you to prison as a gift for him. I couldn't do anything about it. Shin Yu glanced sideways at Xing Bowen. What good person are you living in this world? Look at your current appearance. If you don't look out for yourself, the heavens will destroy you. Be more careful in the future. After Xing Bowen heard this, he knew that it was impossible for him to find out more from Shin Yu's mouth. After all, he was alive and not sentenced to death. Of course, Shin Yu would not tell him the truth. Shin Yu, you can't get away with Bai Sini's case, right? Including the person behind you. I just don't know who you are to him. He's definitely not very important. If he was your right-hand man, would you need to personally frame me? Since things had already come to this, Xing Bowen also planned to tear off his rabbit mask. You don't need to know. Then let me guess. If you were in prison, he definitely wouldn't have come to save you. After Shin Yu heard this, he suddenly laughed. His shoulders kept trembling. What is this? Is your IQ suddenly online? It's nothing. It's just that, the car I'm driving isn't a birthday present, nor is it a gift from my mother, Xing Bowen suddenly said. Shin Yu suddenly became serious. Then, he looked at Xing Bowen's smile, and it widened bit by bit. Chapter 8:14. Of course I didn't plan all of this. Otherwise, would I have been schemed against by you? Xing Bowen shrugged casually. He was like a completely different person from before. As a result, Shin Yu's vigilance and curiosity were heavily aroused. What kind of trick are you playing with me? I'm just a person waiting to be sentenced. Why would I play any tricks with you? Xing Bowen was still smiling unscrupulously. Shin Yu thought about the whole process in detail. He became more and more uncertain and suspicious. In the end, he got up from his seat. You're in a hurry to leave. You can't leave. You'll stay with me. The more Xing Bowen spoke, the more excited he became. Shin Yu turned around and hurriedly opened the door of the interrogation room. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw Xing Xiao enter the police station. Lawyer Shin, you're leaving just like that. Aren't you going to see what I brought? Xing Xiao was calm and reserved, but there was a smile on his lips. Shin Yu looked at Xing Xiao, especially his eyes. This unpredictable man was like a god who controlled everything. It's useless. You can't get Xing Bowen out. Is that so? Does the police have evidence of Xing Bowen's drunk driving? Xing Xiao asked calmly. I'm the evidence. If your one-sided story counts as evidence, then this thing in my hand might directly take your life. After saying that, Xing Xiao handed the surveillance video to the police. If the person behind you is only at this level, then I think it won't take long for me to find his lair. Shen Yu's face was pale because he had no idea what Xing Xiao had handed to the police. Therefore, he could only bluff. In order to get your brother out, you're really willing to do anything. White latex gloves, blue overalls, and black shoe covers. I can see you clearly in the dark. Looks like I'll have to give the people in the technical department a bonus. Hearing those three adjectives, Shen Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That's impossible. Impossible. Remember, even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. Shen Yu broke out in a cold sweat and ran out of the police station. However, Xing Xiao did not stop him. Was a rabbit easy to bully? It was easy to bully, but there was a price to pay for bullying rabbits. The police quickly confirmed the evidence and confirmed that Xing Bowen was innocent. He had been framed. Xing Xiao's video was too clear. Shen Yu really could not deny it. Therefore, half an hour later, Xing Bowen was released by the police station, and Shen Yu became a wanted criminal. Xing Xiao's car was just outside the door. When Xing Bowen saw it, he got into the car awkwardly. Eighth brother, I knew you would save me. Are you done playing? Xing Xiao was angry. If Shen Yu had been more insane and hit the car harder, Xing Bowen might have been crippled from then on. Or rather, he might have died in the driver's seat. If you're done playing, go back and explain it to Grandpa yourself. In any case, he returned after a calamity. How fierce. So, you know the mastermind behind Shen Yu? Xing Xiao glanced at him and asked. I'm just in jail. Do you think he'll tell me about those things and tell you? However, when he got carried away, he said something that I believed. He said that Xing Kai had found a good backer, and I was a gift to Xing Kai. You believe it? Shen Yu took such a big risk for Xing Kai. Alright, I think it's nonsense too. At the very least, he had caught the person who had framed him. He, the rabbit, had bitten back, hadn't he? Eighth brother, the rest of the matter is complicated. Only a cunning person like you can play with it. Xing Xiao did not answer him. At least he was back, and the show had officially begun. Shen Yu is related to Bai Sini's case, but he doesn't know much more than Xing Kai. After a while, Xing Bowen suddenly said, otherwise, Shen Yu wouldn't have been sent to deal with me. Moreover, he was alone. But he does know something. This was what Xing Bowen was puzzled about. Shen Yu seemed to know a lot, but he also seemed to be bluffing. He knows, not because the other party trusts him, but because his instinct to survive makes him want to master something important to save his life. Xing Xiao interrupted Xing Bowen. No matter what, the other party is so passive now. Let's just wait and watch the show. My head hurts. I can go back and sleep. Xing Bowen blinked and leaned against the back seat. His mind was abnormally clear. Why didn't Xiao Qi come with you? Xing Xiao ignored him, as if reminding him to ask what he wanted to ask. Don't send Qi or random things in the future, you're taking revenge on me again. Xing Bowen suddenly reacted. Was this considered revenge? Why did you let Shen Yu go at the police station just now? You could have caught him on the spot. If you caught him on the spot, how would you know who he asked for help, where he was hiding, and who he had seen? Xing Bowen was speechless. As expected, there was no way to play with these scheming big shots. He simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. The trip up the mountain had exhausted all his wisdom. Things had turned around again. Everyone thought that Xing Bowen had been caught on the spot in the car and had been identified by the victim. In addition to the previous case, he would definitely not be able to escape prison this time. However, in just a short afternoon, Xing Bowen was released without charge. Not only that, but the police also issued a wanted order. It turned out that the murderer was lawyer Shin, who was in the same profession. In the end, there were people who did not believe this. They always thought that the Xing family had used their background to do something behind the scenes and let others take the blame. However, the evidence in Xing Zhao's hands, dozens of cameras of all sizes, had captured videos of Xin Yu committing the crime from all angles. In order to put an end to rumors, Xing Zhao took a short 10-second video and let the media release it. It was the scene of Xing Bowen being caught by Xin Yu and placed in the front passenger seat. At the same time, Huang Yao issued a statement saying that Xing Bowen was innocent. The police had sufficient evidence and hoped that people from all walks of life would stop attacking and spreading rumors. In this way, Xing Bowen's innocence would be completely cleared. Xing Zhao's counterattack was very powerful because apart from clarifying Xing Bowen's innocence, he also wanted to force Xin Yu so that he and the people behind him would no longer have any hopes of getting lucky. At the same time, he was also warning Xing Kai. There was no way out of fighting with him. Don't waste your energy. In this way, Xing Bowen was completely pulled out of this vortex by Xing Zhao. Want to touch the Xing family? It depended on whether the person in power behind him agreed or not. At the same time, Xing Zhao's car had already driven into the Xing residence. Old Master Xing and Ren Yufei were waiting anxiously at the door. When they saw Xing Bowen get out of the car in a sorry state, Ren Yufei immediately ran over. Chapter 8:15. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Old Master Xing sat in his wheelchair, tears welling up in his eyes. Comfort your wife well. She's really scared. After all, the old man was someone who had been through a lot, and Xing Zhao had given him a shot in the arm. So, even if he was worried, he would not be as worried as Ren Yufei. Xing Bowen hugged Ren Yufei tightly and tried his best to absorb the fragrance from her hair. I swear, I'll never leave again. Yufei, I'm fine. Ren Yufei hugged Xing Bowen and could not help but cry. Xing Zhao did not stay for another second. After all, the person at home was about to explode. Therefore, he turned around and left, not stopping the couple from confiding in each other. However, during the time Mu Qiqi went to Zhongting, things had already turned around. By the time Mu Qiqi left Zhongting, Xing Bowen had already returned to the Xing family. The matter had already been resolved. Mu Qiqi pursed her lips. She felt wronged and angry. She went straight to Xingting to attend classes. After all, there was nothing else she needed to do. Things had reversed too quickly, and things had happened too suddenly. Even Jin Bo had not expected all of this. When Xing Kai saw the news, he could not help but laugh mockingly. He had already said that Xing Zhao was not easy to deal with. Did Xin Yu really think that he was that capable? After the incident, Jin Bo immediately called Xing Kai. Xiao Kai, do you know where Xin Yu is now? Can you contact him? Godfather, after the incident, Xin Yu didn't contact me, Xing Kai replied. I don't know his whereabouts either. He hasn't returned to the villa. After Jin Bo heard this, he nodded and comforted Xing Kai. Xiao Kai, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. People who do great things have to make sacrifices. I know what I'm doing, Godfather. That's good. Just pretend that you don't know this person. All of this has nothing to do with you. According to Jin Bo, Xin Yu, that chess piece, could not be kept. Of course, if you have any news about Xin Yu, remember to tell me at any time. Was Xin Yu useful? Of course, it was useful. As a lawyer, he had the highest winning rate in the country, so he naturally had his merits. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, he had made great contributions to Jean Beau. But now, Shin Yu had been exposed and was wanted by the police. As Jean Beau, the first thing he thought of was to shut him up forever. Of course, Shin Yu knew it himself. Therefore, 2 hours after the warrant was issued, Shin Yu turned himself in. That's right, surrender. If he was arrested by the police, he would at most go to jail. However, if he was caught by Jean Beau, he knew that he would not be able to keep his life. It happened so suddenly that Jean Beau was furious. Did he think that everything would be fine if he went to the police station to turn himself in? Shin Yu knew that even if he entered the police station, he would not be safe. Ironically, he had to learn Xing Bowen's tricks now. I want to see Xing Xiao. As long as I see him, I'll confess everything. He asked to see Xing Xiao, not Xing Bowen, because he knew that the reason why Xing Bowen could live in peace was because of Xing Xiao. The police then called Zhongting to ask for Xing Xiao's opinion. Xing Xiao agreed to meet Shin Yu. It turned out that Shin Yu was still smart. He knew that his life was hanging by a thread and knew to ask for help. Therefore, Xing Xiao could not be bothered to go home to coax that punching bag. He directly asked the driver to go to the police station. And when Xing Xiao went, he knew in his heart that even if Shin Yu did not say anything, the person behind Shin Yu had already regarded him as a thorn in his side. He thought that Shin Yu had said everything. The lights in the interrogation room were very dim. The police interrogating the suspects often only gave them a desk lamp. Xing Xiao entered the interrogation room as promised. When Shin Yu saw him, he could not help but laugh. When did you find out that there was something wrong with me? Not long after you returned to China, I saw the cases you were in charge of. One of them was a family with the surname Li, as expected. Shin Yu nodded in submission. President Xing, it's a pity that you don't become a police officer with a brain like yours. You asked me to come here to save your life. You have to say something that interests me. Only then will I put in the effort to protect you. Xing Xiao sat opposite Shin Yu. It seemed that no matter what kind of environment he was in, his expression would always be calm. Straightforward. But how can I be sure that if I tell you all this, you will keep me safe? Shin Yu turned to look at Xing Xiao and smiled. President Xing, how can you guarantee it? You have no choice now. You can only trust me because you know very well that under such circumstances, I, your enemy, am the most worthy of your trust. Xing Xiao leaned back in his chair. He had always been calm because he knew that Shin Yu was begging him. The person behind me has a fake name. I don't even know what his real name is. I also don't know how many people he has adopted to work for him. I'm just one of them, Shin Yu told Xing Xiao calmly. In essence, I'm no different from Xing Kai. It's just that he's being raised as a scapegoat, while I'm a chess piece that has to be obedient. Wherever he needs me, I have to serve him. Xing Xiao nodded. Shin Yu told Xing Xiao in a calm voice. I might not know more than Xing Kai. I just have a little more brain than Xing Kai because I know very well that this day will come sooner or later. I won't tell you what I know directly because this is the condition of my negotiation with the other party. As long as I die, the secret will fall into your hands. Xing Xiao, I'm sorry, but you've also been tricked by me. After Xing Xiao heard this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It doesn't matter, as long as you can really survive. Whether I can survive or not depends on you. As a reward, I'll give you some superficial information. This is the information I overheard after narrowly escaping death. The Xing family and the Shin family are each other's stumbling blocks. You're already in the game, and neither of you can escape unscathed. Xing Xiao was not Xing Kai, and of course, he was not Xing Bowen. The information that Shin Yu had revealed was enough for him to think of many things. Since it concerned the Shin family, the answer should be Mu Qiqi's second uncle. That's all I can say. President Xing saved my life, so I didn't come in vain. After saying that, Shin Yu laughed and immediately called the police at the door in. Officer, I want to confess. Xing Xiao remained silent and left the police station. In fact, this had already exceeded his expectations. At least, Shin Yu had given him a clear direction. The driver was waiting at the door. When he saw Xing Xiao come out, he asked, President, where are we going next? Back to Zhongting, Xing Xiao replied lightly. In fact, he did not believe that Shin Yu could really survive. Chapter 8:16. From yesterday to this evening, Mu Qiqi only felt dizzy. She was so angry that she simply went back to the Shin family. She did not want to see the man who lied to her about everything. Shin Jianchuan made an antique collection room. When he saw his daughter coming home, he felt that the sun had risen from the west. How long has it been since you came back to see your father? I'm back now, aren't I? Mu Qiqi sat on the chair and watched him clean the antiques. Dad, you're almost recovered now. Don't you want to find another one? Shin Jianchuan pushed his thin glasses and looked down at the antique in his hand. I'm already this old. What else is there to find? I can miss your mother. That's enough. Mu Qiqi leaned on the table, feeling unhappy. Go and see your grandfather. I'll clean up and come out for dinner. Okay. Mu Qiqi got up and went to old Master Shin's fish pond. It was spring now. There were all kinds of expensive flowers in the yard. They were all taken care of by old Master Shin himself. Grandpa. Why are you free today? Old Master Shin put away his fishing rod and turned to look at his granddaughter. Where's Xing Xiao? Don't mention him. He's angry. Mu Qiqi squatted beside him and answered. No wonder you came back so eagerly. Your family is so close. You must be very happy. Mu Qiqi helped old Master Shin up and the two of them went to the Shin family's dining room. Huang Yu was excited when she saw Mu Qiqi. You're such a busy person. Why did you come back to have dinner with your grandfather today? She came back because she was wronged. Old Master Shin snorted. The two families are so close. Did you see her climb over the threshold? Grandpa. Mu Qiqi looked at old Master Shin and scolded her. Tell me, what did Xing Xiao do to you? The way I see it, you're usually so lawless, it's all because he spoils you. Mu Qiqi did not say anything. She just sat down at the dining table and served the dishes to old Master Shin. I should come back more often to eat the dishes in the small kitchen at home. I should learn how to fish from Grandpa and how to identify antiques from Dad. I should cultivate the noble character of a young lady. Dad, since Qiqi doesn't want to say it, let's eat. Our daughter has been bullied outside and has come back. Let her feel the warmth of a family. It was rare for Huang Yu to be so considerate. I'll clean up Qiqi's room later. You can sleep here tonight. Thank you, second aunt. Old Master Shin glanced at her and snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Xing Xiao would definitely ask him for her later. I'm going to stay at my aunt's place for a few more days tomorrow. 8:00 at night. When Xing Xiao entered the house, Mama Xing looked at him with a complicated expression. Xing Xiao, you didn't pick up Xiao Qi. She's not back yet. Maybe she's in her room. You can go and see for yourself. Mama Xing was not sure because she did not hear anything when she got home. Ask her to come out for dinner. Xing Xiao went upstairs and found that the entire second floor was empty. There was not a single person. He thought that she had gone to Feng Shanshan's house, but Tang Yen said that he did not see her. Xing Xiao took a deep breath. Had he really spoiled this thing? Xing Xiao made all the phone calls, and in the end, he thought that the thing might have returned to its mother's home. Mom, I'll go to the Shen family to have a look. What are you guys doing? Mama Xing poked her head out and asked Xing Xiao, Chi-Chi is not a petty person. How did you piss her off? We'll talk when she's back. Xing Xiao said these words and quickly went to the Shen family's house. At this moment, Mu Chi-Chi was watching the military channel with old Master Shin when the butler suddenly came in and told the two of them, son-in-law is back. He's looking for Miss Chi. Mu Chi-Chi did not say anything. When old Master Shin saw this, he stood up and said, all right, I'll go meet her. Mu Chi-Chi's heart was originally soft-hearted, but when she thought of what that man had done all day, she got up angrily and went straight to her room in the Shin family. Xing Xiao entered the door and did not see anyone. He really had a headache. Old Master Shin walked out eagerly. When he saw Xing Xiao, he snorted. She's so angry that she went back to her mother's home. Eighth brother, that's not what you promised me back then. Grandpa, other than picking up Chi, I also have something to ask you. Xing Xiao did not forget what Xin Yu had said to him in the interrogation room. Neither the Xing family nor the Shen family could escape. Since it involved the Shen family, Xing Xiao naturally had to know whether the old man was confident or not. Is it important? Xing Xiao nodded. Let's go to the study. The couple had never blushed before, so the old man only allowed Mu Chi-Chi to throw a tantrum. He knew that the couple would not make a big fuss, so he went to the study with Xing Xiao. The two of them sat in the study and talked for more than half an hour. Only then did old Master Shin understand the whole story. Eighth brother, I'm afraid this matter is aimed at the Shin family. Zhongting is now a military enterprise, and you're supporting the Shin family. The old man knew what was going on. When second brother comes back, I'll have a good talk with him and see if he's confident. It seems that third brother has been implicated by the Shin family. Fortunately, he's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace. I'll follow up on this matter at any time. Because it involves a murder case, I'm also cooperating with the police, Xing Xiao told the old man. It's also because I'm worried about Chi-Er's safety that I didn't let her know about many things. Who knows better than you what kind of temperament this girl has? You're the one who brought her up. Her personality and temper are 80 to 90% similar to yours. You can coax her yourself. I'm too lazy to care. Xing Xiao was silent and followed old Master Shin out of the study. Huang Yu was sitting in the living room. When she saw Xing Xiao, she smiled. Even eighth brother has a day of being defeated. Second aunt, where's Chi-Er? She's in her room. Huang Yu pointed. This is also your house. I won't lead the way. Xing Xiao nodded. He thought that this was the Shin family. If this was the Banyan courtyard, he would have pressed her butt and spanked her. Of course, since she was still in the Shin family, he couldn't keep thinking about bullying their daughter. Seeing Xing Xiao walk to the corridor, Huang Yu thought for a moment and chased after him. She gave him something. Here, the door key. Thank you, second aunt. Xing Xiao accepted her kindness and quickly walked to the little one's room. The lights were on in the room. She must be inside. Open the door. I'm here to take you home. Mu Chi-Chi sat on the bed with her back facing the door. She ignored him. Xing Xiao waited for a while. Seeing that there was no movement in the room, he opened the door with the key. Mu Chi-Chi didn't expect to be betrayed by Huang Yu. She maintained her original position with her back facing the man. If he dared to do anything, she would shout. After all, this was her maiden home. Turn around. Chapter 8:17. Xing Xiao ignored her. He quietly closed the door and locked it. Then, he turned her around and pressed her down on the bed. You've grown up. You ran away from home. When you had a crush on me, you wanted to go to hell with me. Now you know how to throw a tantrum. Mu Chi was so angry that she wanted to bite the man's nose, but she couldn't bear to. You don't tell me anything. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm immature and not good enough, but I've never dragged you down or caused trouble, right? I don't like it when you exclude me from everything. Everyone in the world knows about it, and I'm still confused. Am I stupid? Mu Chi refused to be outdone. You'll tell Su Che and Tang Yen if you need anything. Even Grandpa and Dad know more than me. What am I to you? Am I still the closest person to you? Anyway, if you don't admit your mistake, I won't go back. Mu Chi tilted her head and fought for her own meager rights. Then why don't you want to know? I can tell anyone, but I won't tell you. Xing Xiao, let me tell you. If you want to hide it from me in the future, you have to hide it from me. Don't let me know anything. Otherwise, tell me everything. Don't lie to me at all. I hate perfunctory people the most. He even called out her full name. Xing Xiao picked her up, flipped her over, pressed her down on his legs, and spanked her butt. Now the whole world knows that the arrogant Xing Xiao is looking for women all over the world. Aren't you proud enough? Mu Chi was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. You only know how to be a rascal. Xing Xiao could hear her crying. He picked her up and straddled her. I'll tell you everything in the future, okay? Are you serious? This thing was getting more and more stubborn. But there was nothing he could do. He was the one who spoiled her. No one could blame her. Will you still run away from home in the future? Don't you have any rules? Your rules and my rules. Mu Chi-Chi's eyes were red and there were still tears on her eyelashes. However, there was a sense of tenacity and unwillingness to admit defeat in her sparkling eyes. In the end, Xing Xiao was so angry that he laughed. I raised it myself. You asked for it. Mu Chi was satisfied and climbed out of the man's arms. However, Xing Xiao did not let her. Mu Chi suddenly remembered what happened last night. To prevent her from getting involved in third brother's business, the man actually seduced her. Xiao Xiao, you didn't take any precautions last night at the hotel in the mountains. Should I take some medicine? No need. And Wu will take care of it for you. Xing Xiao's face darkened. He had been anxious last night, but he had also calculated that the chances of Mu Chi getting pregnant for the next few days were very low. Don't eat those messy things behind my back. Why did you seduce me if you knew that? Mu Chi was not convinced. I don't want you to drink too much, or your stomach will be upset. Xing Xiao leaned against the bed and explained, it turns out that that's the only way to wake you up. Mu Chi blushed and her anger subsided. Thank you for not knocking me out. The young couple fought at the head of the bed and reconciled at the end. Before they could do anything, they left the Shen family's house hand in hand in the middle of the night. When old Master Shen saw this, he shook his head helplessly. This girl only has so many thoughts now. When she gets older in the future, who can control her? Father, are you looking for me? Shen Jianchuan did not worry about his daughter's heart. Xing Xiao had his ways. Xiao Qi would accept her fate in this lifetime. You and second brother, come to my study. Old Master Shen told his two sons the news that Xing Xiao brought today. Second brother, do you know what to do? Second Uncle Shin shook his head. Father, it's still too early for the transition. So, these people don't dare to be too brazen behind my back. Isn't this brazen? Old Master Shin sighed. The Shin family feels gentle now because the other party is targeting the Shin family and sees eighth brother as a thorn in their side. If it weren't for eighth brother's brain, he wouldn't have connected these things. Think about it. Now that the Shin family and Enchanting are relying on each other, isn't eighth brother the target of those people? Father. I suddenly thought of something. Do you still remember what happened 25 years ago? Shin Jianchuan suddenly asked Old Master Shin. When Old Master Shin heard this, his expression changed. I hope it has nothing to do with that family. After saying that, Old Master Shin reminded the two of them. You two have to calm down now, especially your eldest brother. I'm afraid you have to pay more attention to eighth brother. Your daughter and son-in-law are both yours. Spend more effort to protect them. Don't let the Shin family suffer because of us. I understand, Father. Second brother, you have to pay more attention too. Once there's a suspicious candidate, tell eldest brother and eighth brother. These people will do anything for power. I understand too. Second Uncle Shin nodded. His expression was solemn. It seems that Jianchuan will be in turmoil in the next few years. Late at night, at Changrong Electronics. Xing Kai received a call from Jin Bo, Xiao Kai. Xin Yu turned himself in at the police station. After all, I was the one who raised him, so I can't bear to part with him. If you have time, visit him on my behalf. It's really not convenient for me to appear. I'll go tomorrow morning, Xing Kai answered Jin Bo respectfully. That's good. Tell him to reform well in prison. When he comes out, Godfather will value him as much as before. Wait for him to come out. Once Xin Yu went in, he wouldn't come out for 7 years. After all, they had known each other for a while, so Xing Kai agreed to visit Xin Yu the next day. At the same time, Jin Bo called Qing Bin. Tomorrow, Xing Kai will visit Xing Kai in the detention center. Give Xing Kai a cigarette for me. Count it as my friendship for supporting him all these years. After all, Qing Bin had been there before. Jin Bo's words meant that he wanted to get rid of Xin Yu. When Xing Kai found Qing Bin to form an alliance, the two of them were originally working for each other. However, Jin Bo had secretly communicated with Qing Bin. In the end, he still worked for Jin Bo. I'm just afraid that Xing Kai will suspect something. He won't. If anything happens, just push the blame onto Xing Kai. His existence was originally a scapegoat. It's just that this scapegoat was used in an unworthy place. Jin Bo sighed on the phone. Unfortunately, the Xing family won't be able to find someone like him who can be easily controlled by me. Don't worry, Mr. Jin. I will complete the mission. As long as you complete this mission, I will fulfill your wish and give you a chance to get rid of Tang Yan, Jin Bo promised over the phone. Jin Bo promised over the phone. Of course, if you can get rid of Tang Yan, then I also believe that you can get rid of Xing Xiao. This person is too much of an eyesore. I wonder what Xin Yu said to him when he saw him. Chapter 8:18. That night, after Xing Xiao and Mu Qiqi returned home, they showed her the complete video of what Xing Bowen had experienced in the early morning. Mu Qiqi had always seen corpses talk. She had never seen someone commit a crime so directly. It was like watching a crime movie, thrilling and exciting. You should have let me see it last night. I missed this good show for nothing. Mu Qiqi leaned into Xing Zhao's arms and complained. And during the day, you didn't tell me that you went to the police station. I just wanted to see Xin Yu's expression. Got it. Don't move around. Xing Xiao pressed her body against his chest when she was moving. Mu Qiqi took the opportunity to take off his shirt and touch his bronze chest. She did not hold back at all. Then can you tell me what Su Che was sent to do now? Xing Xiao's eyes were half closed, and his clothes were messy. His posture looked extremely lazy, making one unable to help but feel desire. It was obvious that this man was already teased by this little thing. Xing Xiao did not move and allowed the little thing to tease him. Mu Qiqi was not much better. Her clothes were wide open, and she looked extremely flirtatious. Are you going to tell me or not? Xing Xiao took the opportunity to lift Mu Qiqi's chin and kiss her fiercely. This little thing would always find trouble with him. He was the dignified CEO of Enchanting, yet he had to call all over the world just to find a woman. Where was his dignity? Mu Qiqi's lips and tongue were bitten. She was filled with unwillingness and bit back without admitting defeat. Xing Xiao pressed her down on the chaise lounge and bit her nose as he warned, "If you make me look for you everywhere in the future, don't even think about keeping your butt. I'm asking you where Su Che is." He went to Jay's city, Xing Xiao said truthfully. He changed his posture and let the little thing rest on his arm. Investigating by Cindy's case. You told me not to care about it, but you still went to investigate it yourself. Previously, it was to help third brother, but Xinyu appeared and gave third brother some buffer time. I wanted to find clues about that person from Xinyu, but Xinyu and Xinkai's status are about the same, so there's no room for me to use. So, we still found a breakthrough in by Cindy's case. Mu Qiqi understood. Did Su Che find anything? Also, is Su Che safe? No news yet. I gave him a week's time. When the time is up, retreat immediately. Finally knowing Xing Zhao's secret, Mu Qiqi immediately flipped over and rode on him. That's right. Even if I know, I won't do anything. Why do you have to hide it? I'm the person closest to you. What can't I know? It's not as simple as you think. Xinyu won't last 3 days in prison. The lust in Xing Zhao's eyes faded, and there was a hint of warning in them. He thought that he was hiding the final secret and could threaten the other party, but the other party would not give him the chance to speak at all. He only dragged me down with him. The truth will eventually come to light. Mu Qiqi hugged Xing Zhao's neck a little tighter because she heard him say that he was dragged into the water. Don't worry. Even if Xinyu didn't drag me, I'm still in the water. The Xin family and the Xing family are both in the water. Mu Qiqi nodded and suddenly let go of her hands. Xing Xiao thought that she was tired and wanted to let her take a shower, but unexpectedly, she took a few steps back and suddenly lowered her head to unbutton Xing Zhao's pants. Xing Xiao felt his mind buzz and suddenly explode. He had told her before that there was no need to do this. He did not need her to do this. However, Mu Qiqi was not affected by him at all. She looked up and saw the man's face flushed. It was a scene she had never seen before, and she suddenly smiled. Your entire body is mine. Why can't I touch any part of you? I want to dote on you too. Where did you learn that? Xing Xiao gritted his teeth. He could not stand such an exciting scene. He just wanted to grab her onto the bed and teach her a lesson for the entire night. Of course, I'll learn it on my own when facing the person I love. Mu Qiqi was afraid that he would resist, so she became even more emotional. In fact, she had already convinced Xing Xiao. Which man could reject the woman he loved and risk her life for him? That kind of pride instantly filled his chest, and no one would be able to refuse it. Mu Qiqi never felt that there was anything to avoid. She also had things she wanted to do for her man. Seeing the man lose control, she was also proud, as if she had unlocked something amazing. It turned out that this man was not always so domineering in bed. It's blistered. After it was done, Muchichi sat on the bed and moved her cheeks. Xing Xiao directly hooked his arms around her neck and kissed her deeply. Little one, you're killing me. After saying that, Xing Xiao carried Muchichi and got up. He threw her onto the bed and pressed his long body on top of her. Don't even think about getting out of bed tonight. She did not intend to get out of bed anyway. This man. Of course, what happened next was naturally a charming night of endless spring. The next morning, Feng Shanshan called early in the morning and asked Muchichi, "Where did you go last night?" "Your big CEO has already called Tang Yan's phone." "I went back to my parents' house." Muchichi propped herself up from the bed and answered. "You're really capable, but don't be too pretentious, screw you. I know what I'm doing." Muchichi scratched her hair and said, "Take good care of my godson. I'll come over to see you tonight." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Feng Shanshan was concerned. Muchichi got up, but the soreness in her legs reminded her how crazy the man last night was. Most importantly, he was still missing early in the morning. Muchichi went to the bathroom sadly and saw the marks all over her body. The weather was getting hotter. If she continued to be so crazy, she might not be able to hide it in the future. However, it was rare to see that man lose control. It was worth it. Xing Xiao was still downstairs, listening to Mama Xing's nagging. "You're a man. Don't make Xiao Qi angry anymore. This place is only a few steps away from the Shin family. Let's see what you'll say when old Master Shin comes looking for you in the future." Xing Xiao did not say anything. He read the newspaper and looked as calm as usual. "Mommy, don't blame him. I was the one who lost my temper." Muchichi came down from upstairs and sat beside Xing Xiao. I should have told you before I went out. I made you and Dad worry." "I don't care. Eighth brother, if Xiao Qi gets angry again in the future, you'll have to move out." Xing Xiao turned to look at Muchichi. His meaning was self-evident. "You're the Xing family's biological child now." Muchichi could not help but giggle. On the other side, Xing Kai and Qingbin had already arrived at the entrance of the police station. "Lord Jin said that you're his godson, so you should visit Xinyu on his behalf. These cigarettes and American wine are what Xinyu likes. Lord Jin asked me to prepare some. Bring them in for him." Qingbin handed the things to Xing Kai. Chapter 8:19. Xing Kai requested to see Xinyu, but he was not related to him, nor was he Xinyu's guardian. The police did not allow it at all. Xinyu has no relatives in this world. I'm the only friend he knows. If you don't let me see him, that's fine. This is a gift I prepared for him. After you check it, bring it to him for me, okay? These are all illegal items. You can't bring them in. The police stopped him. But I'll tell him that you were here. Xing Kai had no choice but to return the way he came. Qingbin saw that he did not give him anything, so he asked, "What's going on?" Those who aren't relatives don't have the right to see them. Moreover, the police station doesn't pass on these, saying it's against the rules. Qingbin frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he said to Xing Kai, "Then let's go back. We've done our best." Xinyu learned from the police that Xing Kai had been there. He squatted on the ground and sneered. This person could not do anything right, but he was good at spoiling things. He must have been used by Jin Bo again. However, he could not be the lethal blade that Jin Bo wanted. Thinking of this, Xinyu laughed loudly. Useless people were useless no matter what they did. However, before he could be complacent enough, he felt dizzy and his limbs were weak. Not long after, he fell to the ground, his body twitching, everything was as Xing Xiao had expected. Shen Yu could not survive more than 3 days in prison. Shen Yu was dead. Hearing this news, Xing Kai felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head and into his brain. Jin Bo did not let Shen Yu live. The fact that he didn't send the things in should have nothing to do with him, right? Xing Kai's hands couldn't help but tremble. He called Qing Bin. After Qing Bin received the news, he was much calmer than Xing Kai. Shen Yu had betrayed Jin Bo, so his ending would definitely not be good. This was the rule, so there was nothing to say. However, this was a human life. Xing Kai had never felt it so directly. A person had died just like that. Therefore, he couldn't calm down for a long time. When Qing Bin saw this, he patted him on the shoulder. CEO Xing, don't think too much. We don't even know how Shen Yu died. It has nothing to do with you. I only want power. I don't want to taint human lives. But in this world, where can I find such a good thing? However, Shen Yu has nothing to do with you. You didn't kill him, nor did he die because of you. What are you afraid of? Qing Bin comforted Xing Kai. Alright, Mr. Jin wouldn't do this to his godson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Changrong to you. Don't you think so? Xing Kai did not say anything, but no matter how stupid he was, he would not be stupid enough to believe Qing Bin's words. Qing Bin had never been on the same side as him. What Qing Bin wanted was a chance to take revenge. In order to take revenge, he would do anything, even at the cost of his life. President Xing, you're already a part of the game. Don't even think about escaping. You're Mr. Jin's godson. Don't let him down. Xing Kai couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of Changrong. He had nowhere else to go, so he went to Gu Xialing's grandfather's house. However, from the moment he entered the door, he rushed toward Grandpa Gu's study aggressively. Grandpa Gu was reading some documents. When he saw Xing Kai coming back, he immediately frowned. Don't you know how to knock? It was you. Xing Kai went forward and grabbed the old man's collar. You were the one who introduced me to Jin Bo. You were the one who made me Jin Bo's godson. So what if I was? Didn't you get Changrong from your godfather? My life is almost gone. Why would I care about Changrong? Xing Kai shouted. Do you know what they're doing? You're my grandson-in-law. Why would I harm you? After hearing the Gu family's words, Xing Kai laughed out loud. Why would you harm me? When did the Gu family ever think highly of me? Gu Xialing, her mother, and you have never treated me as a human being. You recognized me as a godfather and even put the blade on my neck. Is this what you mean by not harming me? Xing Kai, are you crazy? Gu Xialing rushed home. When she saw this scene, she quickly went forward. However, Xing Kai pushed her away. I'm crazy. Ask your good grandfather what Jin Bo does for a living. I told you before, but you didn't listen. Gu Xialing stood in front of Xing Kai. Why don't you ask yourself if you want to make a comeback all day long? Isn't it all because of you? You keep telling me that I'm useless and incompetent every day. You're incompetent and you're impotent. Gu Xialing was exasperated. But when she said that, Xing Kai went crazy. Gu Xialing. I'm not wrong. You don't have to look at me like that. Xing Kai took 2 steps back and pointed at Gu Xialing. I'll definitely make you kneel down and beg me. Beg me to let you and your family go. With that, Xing Kai turned around and left. His dignity as a man had been completely trampled on by Gu Xialing. Just wait and see. He wouldn't be so useless forever. Xing Xiao also received the news of Shen Yu's death. He didn't know if Su Che had made any new breakthroughs. At the same time, he was worried about the safety of Su Che and the others. How far were these people going to go? Who else were their targets? When Xing Bowen heard about this, he immediately went to Zhongting to ask Xing Xiao for confirmation. Xing Xiao didn't hide it from him, and his tone had never been so solemn. We haven't figured out who's behind this. So, take good care of the Xing family during this period of time, especially the old man's health. Xing Bowen put on a serious expression. Seeing that Xing Xiao was serious, he didn't dare to be negligent. I'll be careful. It's just that when I think about how there's a traitor in the family, I feel uncomfortable. That's the path he chose. After Xing Xiao said that, he returned Xing Bowen's asset certificates to him. Don't give them to Qi He in the future. If there's a next time, I won't return them. Then don't return them. Eighth brother, help me supervise the funds. Xing Xiao raised his head and glared at him. Was this person not done yet? Did you call Xiao Qi yesterday and have a conflict? Do you think you're too free? Huang Yao. I'm afraid of you. Xing Bowen quickly took back his things. He was afraid that Xing Xiao would ask him to go back and be the CEO again. Now that Huang Yao was under Xing Zhao's nose, he didn't want to throw it to him to be ruined. Perhaps he was afraid that Xing Xiao would be serious, so Xing Bowen tactfully left Zhongting. This person really couldn't take a joke. He wasn't cute at all. There were still 2 days before the agreed time between Xing Xiao and Su Che. However, in the middle of the night, Xing Xiao was woken up by Su Che's phone call. CEO, there's a breakthrough. The photo has been sent to your phone. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Is it safe? It's safe. Set off now and come back immediately. Xing Xiao reminded him. Or I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. I'm just a little injured. It's not a big deal. Don't make such a big commotion. It'll arouse suspicion. If there's a problem, call for help at any time. Chapter 820. There were only 3 photos in total. It could be seen that it was extremely difficult to take them. One of them was a photo of Su Hong wearing a cheongsam and holding a tray. The other 2 were the side profiles of a young woman and a middle-aged man. Xing Xiao did not understand, so he sent the photos to Tang Yan. It seemed that this mystery could only be solved when Su Che returned. However, Su Hong discovered that a stranger had barged into the hotel, so she chased after him everywhere and sent the news to Jin Bo. Jin Bo knew that someone was secretly investigating. Other than Tang Yan and a few others who were in the way, there was no one else. He had wanted to wait a few days before sending Qingbin on stage, but since the police were so nosy, he could only shut them up forever. The next morning, Su Che returned from J City and arranged for the other 2 informants. However, because of his injuries, Su Che's face looked a little pale. Xing Xiao was bandaging his wound in Zhongting's office. He frowned and his expression was stern. What exactly are these photos? A party, a dirty party. I don't know how it was organized, who initiated it, or how the cycle was arranged. These people were all accompanied by young girls. I think the previous cases of Changrong Electronics were all related to this. 2 informants knew how to cook and mixed in with the cooks. That's why they had the chance to get close to the private room on the rooftop. It was too difficult to take photos. These are the only 3 photos they took. We should be able to confirm the identity of the man in the photo, but the 3 of us might have been discovered by the other party. Don't let anyone know that you're injured. Xing Xiao pressed on his wound. You haven't been to J City either. You just went home to visit your family. I understand, Su Che replied through gritted teeth. How does the CEO plan to deal with this matter? If he followed the man's vines, he would be able to touch the melon. However, if what Su Che said was true, then he had to be on high alert during this period of time, especially the people from the Jianchuan branch. Especially Tang Yan. Originally, Qingbin could be used at any time in the other party's camp. It just depended on when the other party wanted to use this card. After Tang Yan received the photo, he asked the technical analyst to secretly check the identity of the man in the photo. The analyst was a little shocked when he saw the result. He did not dare to make a sound, but quietly went to Tang Yan's office and told him the result. After Tang Yan heard that, his brows deepened. He only said to the analyst, "For your own safety, don't tell anyone." "I know, but Captain Tang, where did this photo come from? Now that things have come to this, the police force in our bureau is not enough to investigate. I will ask the higher-ups. You have to take care of this matter. Don't mention it to anyone, understand?" "I understand. I'll forget about it." The analyst left Tang Yan's office in fear. Tang Yan took the documents and went straight to the chief's office without hesitation. He handed the documents to him. "Chief." After the director saw it, his face suddenly changed. He pointed at the photo and the information and asked, "Where did you get this? You are not allowed to investigate this case anymore, do you hear me? Tang Yan, you are just a criminal police officer. You have to know your own identity. I will hand this over to the special forces. For such a big case, none of us can bear the consequences. Chief, don't worry. I'll forget about it after I walk out of this door." After listening to Tang Yan's words, the director was relieved and his expression softened. "Tang Yan, I'm doing this for your own good. Your little wife is pregnant now. Take good care of her. Don't work so hard." "I know. Don't worry. Someone will pull in the net for these big fish. You have to be careful." Such a seemingly simple case involved a lot of things. Tang Yan knew very well that unless he caught the last big fish in by Cindy's case, this case would never be cleared. Of course, that was not something that a criminal police officer like him could do. The higher-ups would make their own decisions. "Chief, I know what I'm doing." "If you know what you're doing, then go out. Originally, there was a case that needed your help, but I saw that you have a family to take care of, so I let someone else go. We'll talk about it when your wife's pregnancy stabilizes." Tang Yan was very grateful to the director for this. Moreover, he also understood that there were some things that even the director could not do anything about. After that, Tang Yan left the police station. He wanted to drive the black jeep to Zhongting, but he could not be so ostentatious. Hence, he arranged a time to meet Xing Xiao on the phone. In the evening, Xing Xiao got off work early and brought Su Che to Tang Yan's courtyard. The two men looked at each other and were equally calm. Tang Yan brewed tea for Xing Xiao. "Sit." Then, he handed a copy of the information to Xing Xiao. "After you read it, burn it. Looks like it really has something to do with the change in office in a few years." After Xing Xiao found out the identity of that person, he took the lighter from Tang Yan's hand and destroyed the information in front of him. "From today onwards, forget about this matter." Tang Yan's tone was heavy, and his sharp face was filled with sharpness. "Whether it's me or you, I'm just a businessman. I only know how to do business. Since there are still a few years, the other party won't touch me for the time being. But you're different, whether it was Qingbin or his identity as a criminal police officer, to the other party, he had a reason to get rid of him. But what should I do? I'm just a criminal police officer." Tang Yan's response was almost sarcastic. "Before I got married, I was all alone. I would play with Qingbin to the end, but as you can see, I have a wife and child now. I don't want her to live in fear, and I don't want her to get involved in danger. My soul belongs to the country. My body is not my own, but my heart can only belong to her. Retreat to the second line. The police academy suits you, Xing Xiao suggested. Tang Yen shook his head and refused to hide. I won't retreat. The more I hide, the more confident he will be. Maybe, we can set up a trap. When Tang Yen heard these words, his hands could not help but tremble. Xing Bowen had fought a beautiful battle before, which gave him confidence and motivation. However, Qingbin was not Xin Yu. Qingbin was experienced and good at disguising himself. He was not easy to deal with. However, Xing Zhao's suggestion made Tang Yen extremely tempted. Wait for the right time. What will come soon. The two men looked at each other. They had already reached a tacit understanding. Mu Qiqi arrived home at 1 o'clock. When she saw that Su Che was still in Xing Zhao's study, she greeted him in surprise. Su Che, you're back. Su Che was stunned for a moment. He was not used to Mu Qiqi's enthusiasm. I came back in the morning. Chapter 8:21. Su Che went over and gained something, didn't he? Xing Xiao looked at her wet ink head. She didn't know how to dry it, so he put down the document, held her hand, and returned to the bedroom. Sit down. Mu Qiqi enjoyed this kind of pampering. She half closed her eyes and took a long time before she heard the voice above her head. It's the Shin family's opponent who's stirring up trouble behind our backs. That's why they see us as a thorn in their side. From tonight onwards, you have to forget about Baisini's case because it's not a big fish that we can catch. Since there's still time, the other party won't act rashly for the time being. It's just that Tang Yen will be in more danger. The other party is afraid that Tang Yen will continue to investigate, and it's also because of Qingbin. Mu Qiqi understood immediately and stopped smiling mischievously. You told me not to pay attention to it. Of course, I'll listen to you, but what about Captain Tang and Feng Shanshan? If there's any progress, I'll set up a trap with Tang Yen. So, no matter what I do in the future, don't ask. After it's over, I'll give you a complete answer. Wasn't that respectful enough? Mu Qiqi nodded. You just need to let me know that there's this matter. I won't ask about the details. This isn't an occasion for me to watch a show. It was related to the safety of her two friends. You're sensible. Xing Xiao dried her hair and used his slender fingers to run through her hair. The fragrance wafted into his nose. It smelled very good. But you have to promise me that you'll protect them. Do you really think of me as a god? Xing Xiao put down the hairdryer and stared at the little one's head. However, before he could get up, Mu Qiqi hugged him. I don't care if you're a god or not. I just believe in you. I still have to go to the Shin family later. Go to bed early. Got it. Mu Qiqi nodded to reassure him. There was no one left in the Xing family to discuss, but the Shin family did. Fortunately, the Shin family still had grandfather and father. This way, at least Xiao Xiao would have less to bear. Late at night, Xing Xiao went to the Shin family. Grandpa Shin looked at the photo with his presbyopic glasses. He snorted and said, a bunch of trash. They don't do proper things and only go to dishonest ways. But in fact, it's meaningless. My Shin family selflessly serves the public for the sake of the people. It's just that I've implicated you, the younger generation. It makes me feel uneasy. Xing Xiao, don't worry. Your father-in-law has already decided to leave the mountain. Let him handle some of the things that you can't do. There's no need to go so far. Xing Zhao's intention in coming here was nothing more than to remind the Shen family to be on their guard and prepare for a rainy day. For him, the most important thing was the safety of his family. You have to protect Xiao Qi. She is your favorite and will easily become a target for others. Moreover, she is the daughter of the Shen family. I know the weight of this matter. Grandpa Shen looked at Xing Zhao. This man was mature and steady. There was nothing for him to worry about. Although Xiao Qi was a little mischievous, she would never lose to a man in front of a big problem. So, Grandpa Shen believed that no matter how big the problem was, it would not be a problem for this young couple. Now that the enemy was in the dark and they were out in the open, they had to be careful in order to survive. Jin Bo's men searched the entire J city but could not find the informants. Stupid police. I didn't expect the hotel to be so heavily guarded, but we still couldn't stop these cops. How disgusting, Su Hong told Jin Bo over the phone. Sir, what should we do now? The situation has been tense recently. Restrain yourself and don't give the other party any more chances. As for the police, I'll think of a way to deal with them, Jin Bo calmly comforted her. Don't tell anyone that the hotel has been breached by the police. Those people are timid and can't withstand the shock. I understand. Deal with Bai Sini's mother. Don't kill her. She's in the wind now, so be careful. As for the rest, when Qingbin was ready, Tang Yan would leave it to Qingbin to deal with. Of course, Qingbin alone was definitely not enough. He had to find a helper for Qingbin. After Xinyu died, Qingbin put life and death aside because he knew that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to pay the price. He was not as naive as Xing Kai. 3 days later, Qingbin received a call from Jin Bo. I've arranged for a helper for you. He'll be here tomorrow. Thank you, Master Jin. Deal with Tang Yan well. I'll wait for your good news. Qingbin only hoped that the person Jin Bo sent was not someone like Xinyu. In a real sense, it would be of help to him. Therefore, the next day, he went to the airport to pick up the person. He held a sign in his hand. He thought that it would be a man, but when he picked up the person, he realized that it was a tall beauty wearing sunglasses. I'm Song Xiaoji, a doctor. I have my own arrangements in Jianchuan. You don't have to pick me up. Keep in touch by phone. It's best if we don't meet at other times because you're so ugly. The other party did not care about Qingbin's welcome. She dragged her suitcase and quickly left Qingbin's line of sight in her fashionable high heels. Qingbin did not know what use a woman had for him. Wasn't she even inferior to Xinyu? Qingbin was very confused about this, so he called Jin Bo Master Jin. What's the use of sending a woman to me? Don't underestimate her. You'll know soon enough. Jin Bo did not explain too much, and his tone was rather mysterious. Qingbin was still unconvinced. If the help that Master Jin wanted to give him was just a woman, he would rather do it himself. Perhaps she knew that he would not be convinced, so after Song Xiaoji settled down, she sent a message to Qingbin. Shallow man. I heard that Tang Yan's woman is pregnant, and I'm an obstetrician. Did such a reminder need to be more explicit? There was no need. Qingbin suddenly understood Jin Bo's intentions. It was useless to deal with men, especially men like Tang Yan, who were strong in one-on-one combat. His weakness was the same as Xing Zhao's. They were both women. Especially pregnant women. As long as he had Feng Shanshan in his hands, wouldn't Tang Yan be at his mercy? He only needed to wait for Song Xiaoji's signal and wait for the opportunity to make a move. After the incident with Xinyu, peace seemed to have returned to the surroundings. The case of Xing Bowen's escape was taken over by the Xing family's lawyer and would be heard in court a month later. As long as no one interfered, Xing Bowen had a high chance of being innocent. On the other side, they had originally agreed that this was a gift for Xing Kai, but now that Xing Kai and Jin Bo had fallen out like this and Jin Bo had lost Xinyu, of course, he could not sacrifice more for Xing Kai. Xing Kai knew his current situation. He was unwilling, but at the same time, he did not want to be used by Jin Bo and die a graveless death in the end. Chapter 822. It was at this critical moment that Xing Kai received a message. It was a message that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Time flew by. Ever since that day when Xing Xiao asked her to forget about it, Mu Qiqi never mentioned it again. Life returned to normal. Mu Qiqi took some time to go to the hospital to see old Xing. Seeing that he was recovering well, she was relieved. Usually, when Captain Tang comes to see me, I ask about the progress of the case. It's been so long. How's the investigation going? Old Xing covered his wound and asked Mu Qiqi. Don't tell me that I've suffered this injury for nothing. Mu Qiqi took a deep breath and leaned against the side of the bed. She didn't know where to start. She just said, the director has already ordered a ban on investigating this matter. No one is allowed to mention it again. It's the same when you return to the team. What's going on? Old Xing looked unconvinced. Haven't we found something? It's precisely because we found something that we can't continue. Mu Qiqi looked at him seriously and said, trust Captain Tang's arrangements. Rest well. Old Xing understood something, but he was unconvinced. I suffered this injury for nothing. Maybe the case will be solved one day. After Mu Qiqi said that, she took out 2 books from her bag. I was afraid that you would be bored in the hospital, so I left these for you to pass the time. Old Xing knew that he couldn't continue investigating the case and was a little disappointed. Leave it. I'll look at it when I have time. Mu Qiqi did not force him. She walked out of Old Cheng's ward alone. She finally understood a truth. In this world, there were many things that could not be answered, nor could they be justified. The next day, it was the weekend. Mu Qiqi was supposed to go to Sonda class, but because Tang Yan was called away by the chief, Feng Shanshan asked her to accompany him for the prenatal checkup. Of course, Mu Qiqi was duty-bound to help her godson. However, when she saw that Feng Shanshan had a mother at the age of 22, and she had to wait until she was 24, she felt speechless. Seeing that she was depressed, Feng Shanshan smiled. Are you so unwilling to accompany me for a prenatal checkup? I'm just lamenting that I won't be able to get pregnant when your son is already a nobody. Your big CEO is doing this for your own good. Don't be insensible. Feng Shanshan educated her. It was an accident. I had no choice. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to get pregnant at this time? Although Tang Yan usually did not talk about Qingbin in front of Feng Shanshan, there were several nights when she could feel Tang Yan calling and getting up behind her back. Sometimes, he would even stay up late. She was indeed drowsy, but she was not unconscious. You're a national treasure now. You're precious. Mu Qiqi reached out and stroked her belly. She could feel the miracle of life. The two of them chatted as they arrived at the entrance of the ultrasound room. Soon, Feng Shanshan was done with the examination and took the report to the doctor's office. Feng Shanshan sat down and found that the other party was unfamiliar. Seeing the wary look in Feng Shanshan's eyes, she explained with a smile, I'm the director of obstetrics and gynecology who has just been appointed. My surname is Song. The previous Dr. Li, she resigned. Song Chaoji explained, if you feel worried about me, I'll arrange someone else for you. Don't. Dr. Song saved a mother and child who had a difficult birth yesterday. His medical skills are very good. The doctor's assistant whispered to her, "This is the military doctor from the army. Miss Fong, you mustn't miss him." Fong Shanshan gradually relaxed and nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Song. Look at the report. There's no big problem. He's a little anemic. Come over more frequently." Song Chaoji pinched Fong Shanshan's arm and said, "Can you also eat some nuts on a daily basis?" "Okay. If there's anything, you can call me. Save my number." Mu Chichi carefully sized up the fashionable blonde female doctor. She could tell that she was very confident in her medical skills. Moreover, her attitude was gentle. She was probably very popular in the hospital. Why isn't Dr. Song a military doctor anymore? Mu Chichi sat at the side, a little gossipy. Song Chaoji smiled and winked at her. "I traveled the world for love, but unfortunately, I still broke up with that scumbag in the end. I couldn't return to the army, so I went to serve in an ordinary hospital. Actually, there's no difference. Dr. Song is so humorous. If you have gynecological problems, or if you don't get along with a guy, you can also come to me," Song Chaoji whispered to Mu Chichi. Her personality was very much to Mu Chichi's liking. She was generous and direct, and she didn't beat around the bush. However, this was a critical period, and Song Chaoji had suddenly taken up the post. This made Mu Chichi a little wary. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Dr. Song. Shanshan, the prenatal checkup is over. Let's go." Fong Shanshan took the report and stood up with her help. However, just as she reached the door, Tang Yen chased after her and took Fong Shanshan from Mu Chichi's hands. "I'm late. It's already done. Actually, you didn't have to come." Fong Shanshan didn't blame him. "If possible, I want to be by your side as much as possible." Mu Chichi walked behind the two of them and felt like she had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Who wanted to see you two get tired of each other? However, right behind the three of them, a fiery gaze landed on them. They were really happy now, but in the future, it would be really tragic. After Qingbin knew that Fong Shanshan had gone to Song Chaoji's place for a prenatal checkup, he urged her to find an opportunity to make a move. Song Chaoji crossed her arms. She didn't want to talk to this man at all. He had just put the bait in, and he couldn't wait to reel it in. No one else was that stupid, especially Mu Chichi. Song Chaoji could feel that this girl was young, in her early 20s, but her eyes were very sharp. From the initial enthusiasm to the sudden calmness in the end, all of this told Song Chaoji that this girl was observing her. "You have to give me a deadline, right? Are you going to make me wait endlessly like this?" "It's not impossible," Song Chaoji replied over the phone. Song Chaoji replied over the phone, "Father asked me to complete the mission not just to assist you. You just want revenge, but I don't have a deep grudge against them. Father. You're Mr. Jin's daughter. This is not a topic worth discussing." Song Chaoji quickly changed the topic. "In short, I'll contact you if there's any news. Before that, you have to stay calm. Otherwise, the plan will fail and all your efforts will be for naught. You can talk to my father yourself." She was also a young lady who was difficult to please. Qingbin snorted. However, a few years had passed. Why would he be afraid of waiting for a few more months? Song Chaoji was not like Xinyu, who was just an adopted son. She was Jin Bo's biological daughter, but she was his biological daughter. In the past, when Jin Bo asked her for missions, they were all extremely vicious people. But this time, he asked her to deal with a young pregnant woman in her early 20s. Chapter 823. On the way home, Feng Shanshan saw that Muchichi was deep in thought and poked her arm. Why do you think everyone is a bad person? Do you have to be so paranoid? I don't think there's anything wrong with Dr. Song. I just think it's a coincidence that she appeared at this time. Captain Tang handed him over to me. Of course, I have to keep a close eye on him. Do you think danger is coming? Is it a joke? Little Seventh is right. He drove with his left hand and held Feng Shanshan's left hand with his right. Even though it was only for a while, he was reluctant to let go. You two are like old maids now. You're always talking nonsense. Feng Shanshan complained, but her heart was warm. Muchichi knew that she didn't mean what she said, so she just glared at her. She didn't want to be an old maid either, but Feng Shanshan was alone. No, Feng Shanshan actually had parents, but they had remarried. They had known each other for so long, but Muchichi had never heard her mention her parents. She said that she had no feelings for them, and she had even compromised with a scumbag a few times just for a photo with her parents. But she had feelings. She had already married Tang Yen and had a child, but she did not mention her parents at all. At that thought, Muchichi could not help but take a few more glances at Feng Shanshan. Tang Yen was busy every day, and she was in class. Feng Shanshan was alone at home most of the time. Loneliness was a small matter, but he was afraid that she would encounter something suddenly and not even have someone to ask for help. Muchichi wanted to mention it, but she felt that it was not appropriate to ask about their family matters. This was something that Tang Yen should worry about. As a friend, she had her own boundaries. After returning home, Muchichi saw that fifth aunt had cooked nourishing chicken soup, so she asked her if pregnant women could take it. Fifth aunt smiled and explained the effects to her. She immediately packed a bowl for Feng Shanshan. Then, fifth aunt sent the chicken soup to Tang Yan's house. Feng Shanshan was very emotional when she saw it. Miss Feng, if there's any soup you'd like to drink, just give me a call. When I make it for Miss Chi-Chi, I'll make a bowl for you too. Thank you, fifth aunt. Although it was just a bowl of chicken soup, Feng Shanshan felt very upset. Miss Chi-Chi cares about you. Feng Shanshan looked at the bowl of chicken soup. It would be a lie to say that she was not envious. When a person was pregnant, it was inevitable for their imagination to run wild. He squatted beside her and said, "When you married me, you knew about my situation. I only have one uncle. My family is small, and I don't seem to have any elders who can take care of you. When we registered, I asked you if you needed to inform your parents. At that time, you didn't seem to care, and I didn't insist. But I think I did something wrong." Although Feng Shanshan had been separated from her family for many years, it was not that she had not thought about it. When her parents remarried, she left them with hatred. She never thought that she would meet her parents again. However, now that she was about to become a mother, she also hoped that there would be someone around her who would care about her and care for her. This was something that Tang Yen and Muchichi could not make up for. If you want, I can accompany you back to find them. Aren't you busy with work? Is there no case in the station? The chief has recently assigned all the important cases to me because he knows about my situation. There was only one person at home. If anything happened to Feng Shanshan and the child, then Tang Yen would be destroyed. Then let me think about it. This time, Feng Shanshan did not resist. She still had hope in her heart. There's no hurry. Tang Yen held Feng Shanshan's hand and was extremely gentle. Late at night, Banyan Courtyard. Ever since Huang Yao merged with Zhongting, Xing Shao returned home a little later. In the past, he could enter the house at 7:00 on time. Now, at 8:30, he was nowhere to be seen. After Muchichi washed up, she sat in the study and looked at the 100 little things after pregnancy. Before Feng Shanshan went to bed, she called her. Today, Tang Yan suggested that we go find my parents. I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. Muchichi understood her. When she was young and impetuous. She ran out and did not interact with her parents. Now that she ran back rashly, she would only disturb other people's families. Your eyes are too sharp. I can't make this decision. Although my eyes and heart are filled with that stinky man, I can't leave my family. I feel that family can bring me joy and make me feel that living in this world is very warm and stable. You and Tang Yan are too lonely. Even if the child is born, it's only a family of 3. It's too weak. Of course, if you try in the end and find that your parents are heartless people, you can give up. I don't mind letting my father take in a goddaughter. Feng Shanshan's heart warmed when she heard this. I understand. If you understand, then go to bed early. Don't tire my godson out. Feng Shanshan felt at ease and put down her phone. Seeing that Tang Yan was lying on the big bed, she whispered in his ear, "When you have time, accompany me to find my parents." Tang Yan was surprised for 2 seconds before he calmed down and nodded. Okay. Sometimes, he was very jealous of Muchichi's position in Feng Shanshan's heart. Even as her husband, he could not compare to her. Only Feng Shanshan knew that it was different. Half an hour later, Xing Xiao pushed open the door of the study. When he saw the little thing crossing her legs leisurely, he frowned. You're not like a woman at all. Tisk tsk, you're lecturing me as soon as you come back. Muchichi put down the book in her hand and moved a seat for her man. Now, you only come home at 8:30 every day. CEO Xing, all the ants in the world have been trampled to death by you. Xing Xiao sat down beside Muchichi and leaned over her. If you don't beat me for 3 days, you'll tear the tiles off the roof. That's what I'm talking about. Muchichi's eyes sparkled non-stop. Her arm around the man's neck was also very strong. Then why don't you hit me? Xing Xiao tilted his head and saw that Muchichi was looking at those strange things again. He hooked her chin and asked, haven't you given up yet? What? Muchichi frowned and reacted after a moment. I'm reading it for Feng Shanshan. Who wants to give birth to your child? Are you so resistant? I can't even read. After saying that, Muchichi pushed Xing Xiao away and went back to the bedroom angrily. This thing's temper was getting worse. Now, Jianchuan seemed calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents surging in the dark. At least, he still wanted this thing to live comfortably for the next few years. It was not that Muchichi did not understand Xing Xiao's thoughts. It was just that he was too paranoid. It was just reading a book. Why did he have such a big reaction? A moment later, Xing Xiao returned to the room. Seeing that the little thing's back was facing him, he did not go up to coax her. He waited until she was done washing up and lying on the bed before turning her over. You know that I dote on you and spoil you, but now you're getting more and more lawless. Chapter 824. Mama Bai is dead. Xing Xiao supported his arm and told Muchichi. When Muchichi heard this, she suddenly became serious. When did this happen? How did she die? She knew that the Mama Bai that Xing Xiao was talking about was Bai Sini's mother, although she deserved it. The body found in the morning was said to have died of illness, but it should have been revenge. That's good. Bai Sini's grievances are finally lessened. Muchichi was a little flustered. We agreed not to talk about this anymore, but are you still investigating? Su Che's informant just happened to get the news. With that, Xing Xiao changed into a comfortable position and hugged Mu Qiqi in his arms. If you don't want me to worry, then be obedient. Everyone knows that you're my favorite. Everyone also knows that you're the daughter of the Shen family. Mu Qiqi remained silent. In order to seize power, that group of people can die without a burial ground. But if you're injured, who will compensate me for a small thing? I have to be careful to protect my own things. Otherwise, who can be like me? Care about you as much as I do. Mu Qiqi understood the second half of his sentence, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Did you drink? Because her Xing Xiao rarely said such things to her directly, it made her heart ache. No matter how strong he appeared on the surface, he would still be afraid. Then hide me at home. I'm not going anywhere. Mu Qiqi might not have thought that such a sentence would come true one day. Xing Xiao turned over and pressed Mu Qiqi under his body. His lips also covered hers, carrying a trace of the fragrance and sweetness of red wine. He had indeed drunk. Mu Qiqi did not want to push him away. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the entanglement of their lips and teeth. Gradually, her heart was moved and her desire was aroused. Fifth Aunt knew a lot about diet, so Mu Qiqi's body was nurtured very well. Xing Xiao gradually realized that this thing's skin was fair and elastic. It felt very good to the touch. And the parts that should be firm did not disappoint him. He squeezed hard, but he could not fully grasp them. He continued downward. Her waist was slender and did not have a trace of fat. That was also thanks to the effect of sonda and the outline of the waistline. The flaming palm kept burning Mu Qiqi's mind. For some reason, Mu Qiqi felt as if she had been bewitched. The two of them had been playing the flute almost every single day, but there had never been a time like tonight, when they were so mesmerized that they couldn't extricate themselves from it. Xiao Xiao, Xing Xiao gently pushed away the obstruction, and the two of them joined together. Mu Qiqi sighed in satisfaction. Soon, she lost control of the man's crazy rhythm. After the tide fell, Mu Qiqi lay on Xing Xiao's body and panted. She could not calm down for a long time. That was because this man would always spoil her and let her have her way when they were together. He always made her feel comfortable and looked down on her age. But today was different. She felt that he treated her as a real woman, without any age boundaries. You've grown up, Xing Xiao suddenly said after a while. Mu Qiqi reacted for a moment and looked down at her chest. Her face turned even redder. Is that a pun? Xing Xiao chuckled and got up to carry her into the bathroom. But no matter how old you get, you're still that 17-year-old little thing in my heart. I'll be a mature woman sooner or later. Mu Qiqi puffed out her chest. Your mind has yet to be tested, but your figure has to be tested first. Xing Xiao felt that he should double Fifth Aunt's salary. His earlier decision was also very correct. This little thing's face was rosy every day. It was obvious that she had been nourished well. Mu Qiqi sat on the sink and did not say anything. After a while, she suddenly hugged Xing Xiao's neck. I'll be safe and stay by your side until you're 80 years old. Didn't you say that? I was the one who dragged you into hell. No matter where I am, I can't leave you alone. Xing Xiao hugged her and felt a little more at ease. The world was big and he had a lot, but the only thing he really cared about was this little thing in his arms. Whoever moved would take his life. The next day, Tang Yan packed some clothes and applied for leave from the station. He prepared to bring Feng Shanshan to look for her parents. Feng Shanshan was very nervous, but Mu Qiqi was right. No matter what, she was still the same as now, with Tang Yan's family of 3. However, it had been too long since they last contacted each other. Feng Shanshan did not know how the two of them were doing. She only had the address when they parted. Tang Yan drove and brought Feng Shanshan to the dilapidated neighborhood. However, the Feng family had already been sold, and the new family gave Feng Shanshan a new phone number. It was Papa Feng's. Feng Shanshan held it in her hand and felt that it was a little hot. Seeing that she was not moving, Tang Yan took the note from her hand. I'll make the call. I'll make the call myself. Feng Shanshan snatched it and accepted her fate as she pressed a series of numbers. The phone beeped a few times before it was finally connected. A familiar voice was heard. Hello. I'm Feng Shanshan said to the other party, her body tense. The other party was silent for a while, as if he did not know what to say. After a long time, he said to Feng Shanshan, let's meet. I'll send a car to pick you up. Tell me the address. My husband and I will come over ourselves. Feng Shanshan rejected the other party's suggestion. All right. With that, the other party gave her the address. Feng Shanshan entered Tang Yan's phone and asked him to follow the navigation. Tang Yan took the phone and patted Feng Shanshan's head as a silent comfort. Feng Shanshan was very nervous. She could not tell if she was looking forward to it or avoiding it. Half an hour later, the two of them stopped in front of a building. It was called the Hanwen Group. Feng Shanshan stood at the entrance of the building and was stopped by the security guard. Madam, do you have an appointment? I'm looking for Feng Yanqing. That's the name of our chairman. If you don't have an appointment, I won't let you in. Please forgive me. Tang Yan parked the car and came over. When he heard the conversation between the security guard and Feng Shanshan, he smiled silently. I didn't expect you to be a young lady who has been abandoned by the people. I don't know what's going on either. Feng Shanshan glared at him. Then you can leave now. We don't match each other's families. Let's make another call and ask. Tang Yan supported her and did not continue joking with her. Feng Shanshan took out her phone and was about to make a call when she saw a woman walk out of the door. Miss Feng, right? Please follow me. Feng Shanshan was very nervous. She followed behind the secretary and the two of them went straight to the top floor of the company. Then, Feng Shanshan and Papa Feng were sent to the chairman's office. Papa Feng was very busy, but when he looked up and saw Feng Shanshan, he still smiled. I thought my daughter couldn't find her way home. Chapter 825. After I divorced your mother, I started my own business, sold the house, and came to this day. I know that you've always hated me, so I left my phone number with the new landlord of the old house. All these years, I haven't dared to change it. I just hope that one day, you can return to my side, Papa Feng explained. He looked gentle and elegant, as if he was not hated at all. But why would Feng Shanshan rather live alone for so many years than look for her parents? My daughter, you're finally back. Feng Shanshan was not used to it, and she did not feel real. The person she called her father hugged her gently, but she did not feel her father's warmth. Come, sit down and talk. The father and daughter had originally planned to catch up, but at that moment, a woman in her mid-20s knocked on the door and entered the office in high heels. Dad, the contract is ready. Feng Shanshan turned her head and looked at her. So this was the legendary sister. Of course, the other party was also looking at Feng Shanshan. Wen, come quickly. This is your sister. I still have other things to do, so I'll go out first. Feng Wen did not intend to look at Feng Shanshan at all. To her, her sister was a creature that did not exist at all. All these years, Feng Shanshan had not appeared. She heard that it was because she hated Papa Feng. Why had she been so stubborn for so many years? In the end, after knowing that the Feng family was a big corporation, did she still want to stick to them? When Feng Shanshan heard the word sister, her expression changed. This was the first time she had personally witnessed how much her father had wronged her mother back then. Shanshan. Seeing the awkward scene, Papa Feng quickly held Feng Shanshan's hand and said, "It's not what you think. I hope you can go home. Don't wander outside anymore. I can take care of you now." However, Feng Shanshan had always been proud. Moreover, she did not care about any big corporations at all. She only thought of her humble mother and stood up silently. "Tang Yen, let's go. Shanshan, just pretend that I never came today." After saying that, Feng Shanshan turned around. However, she saw Papa Feng take out a check and fill in a series of numbers. "Here, take this." It turned out that even Papa Feng thought that she came to ask for money. Feng Shanshan felt that it was very ironic, but she still took the check. "Daddy will find you another day." Feng Shanshan walked out of the chairman's office and met Feng Wen outside with Tang Yen. Feng Wen looked her up and down, especially when she saw the check in her hand. She smiled mockingly. "You can get quite a lot just by coming back." Unfortunately, Feng Shanshan was not one to be trifled with. She immediately retorted, "All these years, I've never asked him for a single cent of child support. I think your pocket money all these years should be more than that. Next time, I'll definitely get it back with interest." Profiteer. What can you do to me? I'm also your biological daughter, and I'm legal. Then, she grabbed Tang Yan's hand and entered the elevator. In the elevator, Tang Yan put his arm around Feng Shanshan to prevent her from catching a cold. He knew that her heart would inevitably turn cold after seeing such a scene. "Looks like you won't be able to be a rich son-in-law." Feng Shanshan smiled at him. "I even took that man's money. You're not that kind of person. You're just angry." Tang Yan knew her. Although she was not a kind person, she did not love money to this extent. "If I had known it would be so frustrating, I wouldn't have come." Feng Shanshan put the check away and put it in her purse. "Find out where there's a need for donations and do some good for him. Are you still going to look for your mother?" Feng Shanshan shook her head. "No, I think the three of us are quite good now. What if we poke another hornet's nest and disturb someone else's peace? Wouldn't I deserve to die? You don't even want to be a rich young lady. Are you stupid? With you, I won't be a rich young lady. I'll just be a police sister-in-law." Feng Shanshan followed him into the car. "I just hope that I won't get into any endless trouble because of this." "I'm not afraid of your little trouble." Tang Yan smiled as he opened the car door and brought Feng Shanshan home. "Don't be disappointed." "I'm not disappointed." Feng Shanshan forced a smile. Then, she took out her phone and gave Muchichi a call. She told Muchichi about the situation. After Muchichi heard it, she was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed. "After all, aren't you also a high-class person? The kind that you look down on yourself?" "I'm not. Tisk, I'll go back to my dad tonight and take you in as his goddaughter." "What's so great about a biological father? Perhaps he's not as straightforward as my dad, a godfather." Muchichi took this seriously. "I really don't care about the Hanwen group anymore." I'm not joking. "Do you dislike me or something?" Muchichi became serious. "Do you think anyone can become a family with me?" Feng Shanshan did not say anything, but her eyes turned red. Muchichi did not say anything because she hung up the phone. She really felt that it was possible. Feng Shanshan and Xing Xiao were too weak. If they could get some of the Shen family's blessing, they might be able to prosper in the future. Moreover, Captain Tang and Xing Xiao could get along. If she and Feng Shanshan could really become god-sisters, she would be quite happy. Therefore, when Xing Xiao returned home that night, Mu Qiqi told him about it. Xing Xiao had nothing to object to. After all, in this thing's heart, Feng Shanshan was very important. Dad has always doted on you, but you have to ask him if he's willing. If Dad doesn't like Feng Shanshan, don't force him. Do you think I'm stupid? Mu Qiqi shouted at the man. Then, she went to the Shen family and briefly explained the situation. Feng Shanshan was always mentioned by Mu Qiqi. The two of them had a deep hatred for each other in the past. She did not expect that they would be fated to meet in the end. Therefore, Old Master Shen and Shen Jianchuan did not object. The two of them even admired Tang Yan very much. It would be good if they really had such a son-in-law. When you have time, invite the two of them over for dinner. Let them come to the Shen family more often, Old Master Shen suggested. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Mu Qiqi made an okay gesture at the old man. Things went smoothly and Mu Qiqi felt very happy. Sometimes, a person's feelings could not be completely based on blood. She also deeply believed that as long as she was in any danger, Feng Shanshan would be able to run ahead. Late at night, Mu Qiqi called Feng Shanshan. When you have time, let's go to the Shen family for dinner. My dad will share half with you. Aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy and take over the nest? Chapter 8:26. Mu Qiqi's words were almost decisive. You won't. Feng Shanshan didn't know where this person's confidence came from, but she really wouldn't. What do you mean, Captain Tang? Feng Shanshan turned to look at Tang Yan and asked, do you think I'm trying to climb up to the Shen family? What you want is the warmth of a family, not those complicated things. So, there's no such thing as climbing up or not. I believe that the Shen family won't think that way of you. The old chief is a noble person, and the Shen family won't be any worse. You're not polite at all. Tang Yan reached out to hug her and placed his chin on her shoulder. If someone helps me love and protect you, of course, I won't stand on ceremony. Similarly, I will also do my best to be filial to them with you. Is it because you're going to be a father? Captain Tang, who was silent and not good with words before, is suddenly so talkative. You've also made a lot of changes for me and our child, Tang Yan said seriously. Then, he kissed Feng Shanshan's forehead. In the past, Feng Shanshan was so free and unrestrained. She could play with men and move as she pleased. She was very free mentally, but after being with him, she was bound by many restrictions, especially now that she was pregnant. She had freedom of movement and was restricted everywhere. She stayed at home obediently every day, and she was even afraid of danger, so she rarely took the initiative to say that she wanted to go out for a walk. Of course, his heart ached for her. Mu Qiqi is really hard to refuse. Then don't refuse. She won't hurt you. Tang Yan firmly believed this. Okay. The two of them hugged each other intimately. Feng Shanshan was satisfied. However, her appearance had disrupted the peace of the Feng family, especially when Papa Feng had given her such a large sum of money. This made the other members of the Feng family feel very upset, especially Papa Feng's current wife. All these years, Papa Feng had thought of looking for Feng Shanshan, but his family had always used all sorts of reasons to stop him. It was fine if he didn't see her in the past. It wasn't a big deal. At most, he wouldn't see her for the rest of his life. However, when Feng Shanshan really stood in front of this group of people, they realized that Feng Shanshan was also one of Papa Feng's heirs. This sense of crisis made the Feng family go crazy. However, that was an existence that could not be erased. What could they do? Or was it to warn her in advance that she would not have a share in the Feng family? 3 days later, Feng Shanshan asked Tang Yan to buy some gifts. Since they were going to the Shen family for dinner, they couldn't go empty-handed. That would be rude. The Shen family was not a family that she could climb up to. But she had dreamed of having such a family. At 6:00 in the evening, Feng Shanshan and Tang Yan arrived at the entrance of the Shen family on time. Although Tang Yan was dressed casually, one could still see the shadow of calmness and justice in him. He was born to be a police officer. His fists and temperament said it all. Huang Yu and Mu Qiqi went out to welcome them. When they saw them, they smiled innocently. I say, girl, why do you like her so much? She really does look a little like you. People would even believe it if you said you two were sisters. Huang Yu looked at Feng Shanshan and praised her. Second aunt, you are exaggerating. Mu Qiqi smiled and reached out to help Feng Shanshan up. She introduced, this is second aunt. She is straightforward and magnanimous. Just call me second aunt like Shao Qi. Huang Yu appeared easygoing. Tang Yan watched the women enter the Shen family's door first. Although they were holding heavy gifts in their hands, they were willing to do so. It was just a small family banquet, so there were only a few members of the Shen family present. Mu Qiqi did not want to make Feng Shanshan nervous, so she arranged for her to stay by her side. Why did you bring a gift when you came? Old Master Shen had seen the orchid a long time ago. It was cultivated by Professor Tang, but Tang Yan used it to present it to Buddha. Because he heard from Mu Qiqi that Old Master Shen liked flowers. Oh, is this a lotus petal orchid? Old Master Shen's eyes widened. This thing was expensive. It's so expensive. How would I dare to accept it? Old Master Shen, the value of an orchid lies in its meaning, not in its value. The Orchid Valley is empty and stands aloof from worldly affairs. It is very suitable for you. Then tell me, how did you get this thing? Old Master Shen was worried that the young man would go astray. Tang Yan smiled faintly and explained, my uncle likes to cultivate it. Don't worry, Old Master Shen. Mu Qiqi and Feng Shanshan stood at the side, stunned by the man's words. In the past, he looked like a blockhead. No matter how they looked at him, he looked dull. In the end, it was not that he did not know the ways of the world. Kid, you're quite famous in the police station. You're on the same side as old Xing. I like it. Don't stand on ceremony. Just treat it as your own home. Come here often for a meal in the future. But next time, just come empty-handed. It was obvious that Old Master Shen was very happy. Then, Tang Yan sat down beside Feng Shanshan. Feng Shanshan poked his arm. So the professor knows how to do these things. What professor? He's also your uncle. Tang Yan corrected her patiently. Feng Shanshan laughed silently. Her heart was very warm because she knew that this man was doing this for her. 3 days ago, she had been humiliated at the Feng family. He did not want Feng Shanshan to experience it again, even though the Feng family was not qualified to be compared to the Shen family. Then, Shen Jianchuan walked out and glanced at his daughter. He also glanced at his goddaughter who was about to be recognized. One was painful, and so were the two. You all know about what happened between Shao Qi and Mu Tangxue. Although they are biological sisters, there are many grudges between them. I selfishly hope that Shao Qi can still have a sister to make up for the regret in her heart. So, from now on, both of you are my daughters. After saying that, Shen Jianchuan gave Mu Qiqi and Feng Shanshan a brocade box each. Of course, there's also a godson-in-law. However, the godson-in-law's was a red packet. Mu-Chi-Chi looked at him eagerly. Her man had not even come over yet, and she was already at a disadvantage. Dad, I didn't forget about your family. Shen Jianchuan gave her another red packet. I hope that both of you will be happy. Feng Shanshan and Tang Yan looked at each other. They stood up from their seats with teacups and walked to Shen Jianchuan. Godfather, we'll use tea instead of wine. We also hope that you can be healthy. Be good. Shen Jianchuan said to the two of them calmly, go and sit down. We'll be a family from now on. Anyway, we'll be living close to each other. In the future, you guys can come over often. Isn't Shanshan pregnant? If it's inconvenient for you to go on a mission, you can let her come over and stay for a while. The Shen family was really nice and warm. Feng Shanshan was not an unsatisfied person. Of course, she would not really disturb them often. Chapter 827. Xing Xiao entered the Shen family's house at 8:30 p.m. When he saw the little one in high spirits in the crowd, he threw away his fatigue and walked to his family. Xing Xiao is back. Huang Yu beamed. Grandpa, Dad, second uncle, second aunt. Xing Xiao greeted them one by one and nodded at Tang Yan. These two seemed to be born to be brothers. This is for you. Mu-Chi-Chi handed the red packet to Xing Xiao as if she was presenting a treasure. Silly. Xing Xiao took the red packet and put it in the pocket of his suit. Xing Xiao, I want to see you and Tang Yan compete. Shen Jianchuan observed his two sons-in-law for a long time. He felt that they were both dragons and phoenixes among men. It would be more interesting to compete. What does Dad want us to compete in? One of them was a business genius, and the other was a boxing champion. One was a scholar, and the other was a martial artist. They did not seem to have much in common. But that was not the case. Both of them were equally smart. If it's a fight, Xing Xiao is definitely no match for him. Huang Yu immediately laughed. He's the national champion. His skills must be very good. Second aunt, everyone has their own strengths. Mu-Chi-Chi quickly protected her. It's not fair to compete like this. I know. You're the only one who knows how to protect your own. Huang Yu could not help but laugh. Why should I let these two men compete? They have nothing in common. It's better for me to compete with Feng Shanshan, Mu-Chi-Chi said with interest. Anyway, both of us are studying forensic medicine. I've attended a few more classes than you, so I'll let you compete with Tang Yan. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying a pregnant woman. How do you want to compete? It's very simple. There are many apps for solving cases now. The most famous one is called Genius Forensic Medicine. There are many cases in it. We'll randomly pick one and see who can find the cause of death and the murderer of the victim first. Mu-Chi-Chi took out her phone and showed it to Feng Shanshan. Tang Yan's eyes are so sharp. I definitely won't bully you. You can also ask your CEO for help. When everyone heard that, they felt that it was quite interesting. In the past, Old Master Shen had opposed Mu-Chi-Chi learning forensic medicine. Now that they could see this girl's ability with their own eyes, it was very refreshing. Then hurry up and choose a topic. I want to see it too. Mu-Chi-Chi and Shen Jianchuan downloaded the app. Then, Mu-Chi-Chi handed the phone to Shen Jianchuan. Dad, for the sake of fairness, you can choose the questions. Shen Jianchuan took the phone and went closer to Old Master Shen to choose. This one. Shen Jianchuan chose the question and passed the phone to Mu-Chi-Chi. The title is Prison Mystery. Feng Shanshan also found the prison mystery and opened it. Then, the page entered a bare prison cell. The person had died next to the iron door, curled up in a C shape on the ground. There was nothing in the cell except for a bare iron bed. The floor was damp, and the walls were scratched by fingernails. Other than that, there were some words at the bottom of the picture. There's a strong smell of mold and rust. When the old man saw this, he was confused. You can solve the case with this. There's nothing. He probably died of sudden death or illness. Grandpa, can you take a closer look? Muchichi reminded him with a smile. The old man looked at it for a long time. No one could enter such a sealed cell, and he could not get out either. Grandpa, we have to rule out sudden death first. Look at the fingernail scratches on the wall. They're all fresh. There's a lot of sand in the gaps of the deceased's fingernails. This means that he was in pain before he died, and it lasted for a long time. He didn't die of sudden death, Muchichi answered. He didn't die of illness either. There's no medicine in the room, and this person is strong. He shouldn't have any chronic diseases, Feng Shanshan added. Fine, just tell this old man how this person died. Old Master Shin had been in the military all his life, and he had never thought that forensic doctors were anything special. However, looking at the two little girls solving the case, he suddenly felt that not everyone could be a forensic doctor. Feng Shanshan and Muchichi looked at each other and carefully observed the body. Then, they said in unison, he was poisoned to death. How did you come to that conclusion? The room is sealed, and there are no signs of damage around. The ground is very wet, and there are no other footprints. This means that no one has come in. The head of the body is facing down, and we can't see the face. But from his exposed skin, there's pigmentation. That's a typical sign of iron poisoning. Muchichi explained unhurriedly. Then Feng Shanshan added. Ferrous sulfate can be used in medicine to treat anemia, but if it's taken for a long time, or if the medicine is overdosed, the iron will settle on the skin and organs. It will damage the respiratory tract, liver, and lungs. The most serious consequence is, of course, death. There's also a reminder on this question that there's a smell of rust in the room. Ferrous sulfate appears in different states in different environments. It can melt water, oxidize, and is poisonous. That's why we concluded that he was poisoned to death. Grandpa Shin nodded and suddenly understood. Of course, this is just our speculation. In fact, as long as we dissect the body, we'll get the answer very soon. After listening to the two of them, Tang Yen clicked on the answer to the question. It was indeed ferrous sulfate poisoning. When Grandpa Shin saw the answer, he couldn't help but applaud the two of them. I used to underestimate the profession of forensic doctors. The two of you have made me look at it in a new light. Very interesting. Huang Yu was stunned when she heard that. She immediately felt that the two little girls were very impressive. Then it's a draw, the old man said. Both of you are very good. Very good. Tang Yen hugged Feng Shanshan. This woman had let go of it for a long time, but she could still remember it so clearly. It could be seen that she was really suitable and really liked it. However, she had to let go of it to give birth to his child. He felt extremely guilty. Muchichi leaned into Xing Zhao's arms. In fact, this was the first time Xing Zhao looked at this thing directly. The case in front of him really had the posture of a forensic doctor. It was gratifying. Muchichi saw that Xing Zhao did not say a word, so she moved closer to him and smiled. Why? Are you charmed by me? We'll talk when we get back. Xing Zhao hugged her and said. An old man's heart was completely beating for her. Muchichi understood and knew that there was a hidden meaning in his words. I'm happy tonight. I'll play with CEO Xing. The family was happy. This was a liveliness that Feng Shanshan and Tang Yan had never experienced before. The two of them used to be alone and always felt that they were free. But now that they were in the Shen family, they finally understood what true family happiness meant. They were old and young, and the family was neat and tidy. When your child is born in the future, it will be even livelier. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.